At this moment, the world has entered the Ice Age. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101. On the 28th, 48 degrees below 0 point, the cold waves of the northern and southern glaciers formed a cluster. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the sub-zero temperature in the northern and southern hemispheres unified. If you look at it from the perspective of God, you will see at 4 o'clock in the morning, cities around the world are covered with snow. The lights are shining. The lighthouses on the sea are shining, the moonlight is not there, and the depression of an extremely cold storm sweeps the world. Now is the time for the final confrontation between humans, because it will start at 5 o'clock in the morning on the 28th, and after 68 hours, the cold wave will sweep the world. Many people did not sleep this night. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the United States of Roses issued an emergency announcement. From this moment on, the underground defense stations of the major communities in the major states of the Rose Kingdom began to connect into trenches, and then continue to develop underground, and develop into a terrifying dungeon. Please all the people to cooperate with this dungeon work on the tubing. The Eagle Country also issued an announcement 10 minutes later. The semi-underground bunker of the Eagle Country announced that it will start to connect and build a fully enclosed bunker until the disaster is over. Kawasaki and Tsarist states both announced plans for a semi-underground fortress. And Glaciation announced the launch of the ARC plan. At this moment, the global disaster resistance has once again increased by several levels. At this moment, the blizzard roared in front of the disaster state security station in Mars, United States of America, but there were soldiers stationed in the military area who were sweeping snow, quickly sweeping piles of snow. National Security Director Oddy, Minister of Economy Alpha 02, Massachusetts Principal Jack settled. A few people are watching Robbie City's vigorous infrastructure movement. This is the era of infrastructure in the West. National Security Director Oddy is proud and unhappy, because in front of him, it is a truly national infrastructure project. Robbie City is close to the new Times Square, and the Western project has been carried out since the 27th. Now he personally watched the appearance of the ground buildings of the underground defense stations of the major communities, and watched the appearance of the cold resistant simple walls. He felt extremely proud of the nation. Minister Oddy, now starting from New Times Square, the major states of the United States of Roses have begun to thicken their underground defenses and prepare for the laying of insulating layers. At the same time, they have begun to store a large amount of food and began to excavate underground passages. After the first wave of cold waves, our underground passage will appear perfectly, and then we can start to develop the underground city. Minister of Economy Alpha spoke, his voice solemn and excited. While he appeared, he took out a dungeon after the simulation of the White Building Association. This is a stalwart underground city. Every city and every community has an underground defense station. So they began to dig a lot of these passages. A large number of underground passages began to appear, and then they began to connect. So a human imagination could not imagine. The stalwart buildings that arrived appeared. The underground city, which is the ultimate goal of the United States of the Roses. This picture is stunning and superb, and Minister Oddy smiled in satisfaction. Mr. Jack Anton, what do you think of the global treatment of the Ice Age this time? Minister Oddy looked at Professor Whitebeard beside him. This is the president of Massachusetts Jack Settlement. He is the president of colleges and universities who has reached the extreme in the meteorological sky and starry sky, and is the first legend to sweep the academic paper lists as the president celebrity. With a white beard, not tall, and wearing gold wire glasses, Jack Anton has a very elegant literary scene. He first glanced in a serious circle, and then solemnly spoke, with the advent of the Ice Age, the economies of all countries in the world will stop. There are still more than 50 hours left. Now the world is all underground or semi-underground. In short, it is all in a closed form, so unless it is an extremely cold wave, the West can completely contend. In the past, but the next development is difficult. East, a controversial and legendary country. I want to compare it to other countries. All the projects in this country are above the surface. Their city walls and steam cannot withstand the final cold wave. So in the face of the final cold wave, I'm very curious about what will the whole card be. Jack settled and spoke gracefully, and then he looked weird again. Everyone, I have followed Dongfang news before. Now Dongfang has a very interesting news. I think you need to know about it. Jack, and with a solemn expression, he turned on his cell phone. This is an ecological paradise in the Oriental news. In the news, I saw countless wild animals migrated to the ecological paradise. Under aerial photography, the Dongshan city in the east is huge, protected by high walls, and the outside world is contaminated with blizzards, cold winds roaring, and strong winds. Human beings are witnessing scenes of terrifying disasters with their own eyes. Then in the city, I saw the Bicheng area, which was a huge ecological greenhouse in a fully enclosed form. Animals were migrating, and fruit trees from various countries were being transported. There were too many, and all kinds of marine life. It is also being transported in large quantities. In particular, carts of seaweed were still being transported, and then the eco park was closed. The most spectacular scene is the panoramic view of Dongshan City in the east. The East City Gate is a giant train station. Jack Anton couldn't help but marvel again. He is the president of a university. He has studied this stalwart and gigantic project in physics simulation. He knew just how much work Dongfang had put into it, just from a train station in the new technology era of mechanical punk. As for the city backed by an ecological park, it is a giant ecological park. Even the aerial photography at a height of 1,000 meters did not capture the panoramic view. It was 3 months to prepare countless giant ecological greenhouses all linked together. Almost the city on the back is the ocean of the eco park greenhouse. Pieces of white greenhouses make up for it. The coiled steel is guarding. The snow on the greenhouses is taken down by the rolling belt. It is stunning and perfect. At the end of the screen, Jack settled. Minister Roddy and Minister of Economy Alpha were a little dazed. Seaweed, plants, fruit trees, animals, ecological paradise. What does the East want to do? They don't know that the ground is about to be frozen, don't they? Economy Minister Alpha frowned. Most of these beasts have cold resistance genes in their ancestor bloodlines, such as Siberian tigers, elephants, and Harris. Their ancestors are saber-toothed tigers, mammoths, and snow rabbits. Those seaweeds belong to the phylum Cyanophyta, as well as the Phytocystis, that are like bubbles. They were tested 7 years ago. These seaweeds can release oxygen in an extremely cold, high pressure, and bright space environment. Large quantities of this can release oxygen. Jack Anton looked complicated. He didn't need to say more, because the ecological agriculture paradise in front of him showed enough things for them to digest. The first guarantee is the agricultural supply of crops, fruit trees, and poultry. The second urged animals to evolve into the Cambrian, evolve their fur, and begin to be more resistant to cold. The third, cultivation of space seaweeds, can release oxygen after disasters. The East is now more than just guarding this country. The principal Jack settled down with a wry smile, and now he finally knows the last step in the East. What they have to do is to protect the more than 9 million square kilometers of land, the 5 million square kilometers of sea area. After the disaster, they will have sufficient oxygen and the roaring beasts to embellish the East mainland. At this moment, the Minister of the Disaster National Security Agency Roddy looked at Mars State in a complicated manner. Western citizens are still working on the final infrastructure construction. The East is actually thinking about the survival, climate, and ethnic embellishment of this continent. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, and now the sun had just broken. After getting up, Ying Ziyue had been standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. He looked at the long street. The army was like Ulinian. The people were orderly steam, and there was a smile on his mouth. The residential building where Ying Ziyue is located is close to the hot blast furnace, so the living environment is even more magical. He is holding a black brush in his hand, feeling the wind, snow, and steam, and slowly writing on the balcony. Countdown start. On the giant map behind Ying Ziyue, each city is marked with a new city, a hot blast furnace, and a skyscraper wind engine. Now the middle of the map again has 2 words: confrontation. Hello, we are going to meet again in front of the balcony. Snowflakes fell and melted into water. Ying Ziyue's voice floated away, undulating and elegant, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Last time, he died in a fight by himself, and the whole people were ice sculptures. This time the whole nation is contending with the whole nation. So he is looking forward to it, looking forward like crazy. Chapter 102. Boom, boom, boom. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the snow shovel truck printed in English was roaring. On the Chinatown of the United States of America, teams of foreign students began to shovel snow, and they were singing at the same time. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Chinatown is no longer carrying the glory of the Eastern Tang Dynasty and the Hardkin, but with the Western style. Now these overseas students who have not returned are doing the work of strengthening the insulation layer, and many people are singing, because in this kind of -4 and 15 degrees weather, silence means death. Some international students stopped working and started to drink coffee at the coffee shop, enjoying the last remaining warmth. These students are all wearing uniform cotton padded clothes with the logo of Stan College. Chen Shui is one of them. He loves gun culture, so he stayed here. In the warm coffee house, he exhaled a long sigh. Next to him, his brother Chen Wen was also sighing. The two of them were sitting on stools holding warm coffee cups. The long-lost exhaustion struck. The blizzard outside was still roaring, and gusts of wind and snow were hitting the floor-to-ceiling windows of the coffee shop. There were many people on this street. The insulation layer is still urgently reinforced. Brother, how is Dongfang now? Chen Shui smiled bitterly. At 1 o'clock this afternoon, the southern provinces of the east issued an announcement. Chen Wen's expression was a little desperate. After all, the imminent disaster is too great. This is the 5 ice age recorded in the history of the earth. Destruction may usher in new life for other creatures. You know that the little ice age led to the end of the Ming dynasty, not to mention the present. With a hint of despair on his expression, Chen Wen handed the phone to his brother. The east is meager. The official announcement of Guangcheng. Since 1 p.m. on September 28th, the southern new city will be closed, the economy will be closed, and the whole people will enter the era of disaster resistance. Under this announcement, there is a picture. In the picture, all the reservoirs in the southern suburbs are cracked. The waves from the coastal cities form a tsunami. It can be said that the remote forest areas in the south have all begun to be submerged. As for the new cities close to Guangcheng, they are safe, because these cities, all of the sites are located in high places. Before the disaster, geologists and seismologists had selected sites for 10 times the reservoir was opened, and coastal waves began to rush, causing hundreds of new cities to be surrounded by water tens of meters high. Those new cities were like isolated islands standing in the ocean. What is this? Chen Shui said blankly. This is because most of the reservoirs in the south collapsed due to the earthquake. At the same time, many areas in the south were close to the high tide area. As a result, other sea areas in the northern hemisphere ebbed, and the seawater dropped sharply, while the southern coastal areas were ravaged by the tsunami. However, these new cities were built in high areas, at least not will be submerged by water. Then the cold wave comes. The extremely cold glaciers will roar, and then these floods will start to freeze, and then become glaciers. Chen Wen said that he was a master of oceanography. He saw this news and analyzed it in detail an hour ago, and only then did he learn about the layout of the east and south. The southern cities are headed by Guangcheng, and every new city after that is at the highest point. Therefore, when floods and tsunamis are forecasted, most of the cities stand tall like islands. Then what should these cities do? Chen Shuaigang asked this question, and his brother opened the second piece of news again. This is the announcement of all large and small new cities in the south. Southern Beijing, the whole city is closed, the icebreaker is activated, and the whole people are ready to resist disasters. Southern Zhejiang, the whole city is closed, the icebreaker is activated, and the whole people are ready to resist disasters. Jiangcheng, Xicheng, Xianshan City, etc. headed by Nanfang Guangcheng. Then all other cities in the south will speak up. Pieces of pictures and videos appeared. In those flood areas in front of the new city, a fully enclosed nuclear icebreaker showed the brilliance of a giant ship for the first time. The huge hull was majestic, sacred and shocking point in front of Beijing. A huge 60-meter high nuclear-powered icebreaker transport ship appears red with the color of the Eastern national flag. This is a fully enclosed arched hull. The battle flag is waving. The flood of waves and waves did not fluctuate half a minute, just like a huge mountain standing above the water. Seeing this scene, Chen Shui was completely stunned. He thought of the Eastern news in early August. At that time, the major southern provinces and cities in the south began to be dispatched to nuclear icebreakers, which caused controversy in the news at the time point. Now that this scene is felt for the first time, Chen Shuo's expression is bitter, and everything is ready. Then the video announced by Beijing was an aerial video. I saw a magnificent scene appearing. The icebreaker started to start and began to advance savagely against the turbulent waters, like a roaring fighter machine, flying wildly forward, shining with nuclear power. The brilliance. Then came other cities, Xihai City and Jiangcheng. The giant icebreakers hummed and roared, and they all began to rush towards Guangcheng Point. This scene is too stalwart. It is almost a southern aerial video. When humans witness the miracle of nuclear-powered icebreakers in front of them, every new city, every huge city, those magnificent and miraculous icebreakers line up in a line, and then begin to roar. Forward point icebreakers galloped in the flood, and these icebreakers finally gathered in Guangcheng. Under aerial photography point the final scene appeared. The black technologically textured city wall exuded the brilliance of technology. The steam magic style made the city stand up, and on the north side of the city wall, icebreakers began to transport food from the train station, and then began transport new cities in the floods of the south point. As this scene began, Chen Shui and Chen Wen's twin brothers studying abroad were completely stunned, witnessing this scene with their own eyes. They really knew that this was the final layout of the icebreaker. When the cold wave came, the flood turned into a glacier. The icebreaker galloped and roared, and then transported food materials from Guangcheng to other water cities. Industry point at the end of the screen. This is just the southern provinces and cities of the eastern countries that announced their cards to resist disasters. From this moment on, nearly half of the south has become the capital of water, the capital of glaciers, and the land covered by nuclear-powered icebreakers. Chen Shui was sluggish. He thought of the east closed and locked the country, thought of the news that the major fishing shipyards in the east had begun to gather, thought of the icebreakers in early July, and finally saw the emergence of the disaster prevention project in the south. From the moment of retreat from the country, Dong Fang thought of everything and laid out everything. Boom. Good Zao. Putting down the coffee cup, Chen Shui walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the coffee shop blankly. He felt the depression of the coming cold wave in Glaciation Point. What is the era now? The West has announced the final project of the dungeon. The Eastern icebreaker stands directly, and the cold-proof trump cards of other countries are building crazy infrastructure, and all countries are preparing for disaster trump cards of the national fortune level. But who can win? Woolen cloth point. Chen Shui is a bit complicated. Because of the terrifying snowstorm and the sub-zero temperature, everyone has a timetable for their mobile phones. This is the time of the cold wave issued by the Donov Meteorological Bureau. Countdown 56 hours to play. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon on September 28th, and 12 o'clock midnight on September 30th. That would be another era point. That era is called Early Proterozoic Great Ice Age, Late Proterozoic Great Ice Age, Ordovician Silurian Great Ice Age, Carboniferous Permian Great Ice Age, Quaternary Great Ice Age. In the final 21st Frozen Earth Ice Age, Chapter 103. On the 28th, 3:40 p.m. At that time, the global time was unified. The sky was about to break, and with the howling blizzard, the only trace of sunset was receding. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the East announced the official start of the National Defense Project. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Foreign Affairs and Internal Affairs released the era confrontation disaster plan. Near 4 o'clock, in the flood waves behind Guangcheng, icebreakers began to gallop, advancing in the sunset against the blizzard, and then arrived in Guangcheng. The boats were carrying the ministers of the major southern cities, and everyone looked at it with solemn eyes. Cold, solemn and solemn. Boom boom boom. From the new novel group 872,847,971 this group updates daily novels. From the new novel group 872,847,971, the train roared, and icebreakers gathered in Guangcheng. Under the sunset, huge silver icebreakers gathered in Guangcheng, and the ministers of the provinces took the train to Yanjing Point. The same is true in northern cities, and they also waited for the next train to start to Yanqing. At this moment, high-level people from all over the country gathered in Yanqing, only for the era contends mega plan. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a blizzard was roaring outside Yanjing City, and snow-capped mountains were standing. The temperature outside the city was -47 degrees, and the temperature inside the city was -2 degrees. The temperature difference is huge in just one city. Yanjing South City is a major scientific research institute, a major military management area, and a national internal affairs center. This is a huge conference room, decorated with rigorous and solemnity, great and sacred. Now in the meeting room, ministers from major provinces, cities, and districts across the country are sitting upright, waiting for the opening of this red meeting point in front of the main seat. Zhao Guofeng, Zhuo Yan, the head of internal affairs Lin Ping, and the head of external affairs Yan Daxiao, the four seated in the first position of the main seat point clatter the sound of the military's pace is strong and powerful, and the pace is steady point as the steps sounded. Zhao Guofeng walked to the main seat, and he took the lead to speak. Good evening, everyone. I'm Zhao Guofeng, the deputy head of the Special Research Institute. First of all, I welcome you to participate in this red meeting. This will be the last meeting before the disaster. Next, the supernatural research team leader will speak in person. After Zhao Guofeng finished speaking, all the ministers in the solemn hall of the University of Nova Scotia became serious. Because the Lord is finally coming out, the director of the Supernatural Special Research Institute has too much information about him. There are too many legends, because every crazy and stalwart plan in the East is related to this man. Guangcheng Minister Yan Ruben is in the second row. As the top manager of Guangcheng, he can only be in the second row, because in the first row are the high-level officials of the major military regions in the Yanjing high-level point. Liu Qiang and Yan Ruben, ministers of the Northern Ecological Park, stood side by side, and they smiled at each other when they saw them. I'm finally going to see the person in charge of the Supreme Special Research Institute. The two side at the same time point the industrial corridors of Guangcheng. Tens of millions of stations, artificial solar defense technology. These plans are personally ordered by the leader of the Special Research Institute. He personally laid out the ecological paradise in the north. Among the high-level circles in the east, the leader of the special research team was called the highest mysterious person. The atmosphere was condensed, and a needle drop could be heard. Under all the piercing eyes, Ying Ziyue appeared from behind the high platform in a black military uniform. Wearing a black military uniform, Leng Yue was abnormal and his eyes were clear. He stood quietly in the middle, overlooking the audience, with an extremely depressed feeling. The eyes of all the high-level people present changed. They were complicated, or they couldn't help but marvel. Really a young man, the supreme leader. Guangcheng Minister Yan Ruben couldn't help exclaiming. The young man in front of him was extremely strong, the person in charge of the Great Power Master Plan. Liu Qiang, Minister of Ecological Park, couldn't help but exclaim. On the high platform, Ying Ziyue spoke. Introduce myself, Ying Ziyue, Supernatural Special Research Institute, Chief of Train, Giant City, Industry, and Agriculture. On the high platform, Ying Ziyue finished the introduction, and the first act was a deafening applause, resounding loudly. The disaster is coming. You are the management ministers of the major new cities in the east. The Great Ice Age is coming. You must be curious about why the East builds buildings above the surface. On the high platform, Ying Ziyue carried her hands on her back, simple and sharp, because of population density, disaster conditions, terrain and eastern soil structure. Guangcheng Minister Yan Ruben said, is it the degree of disaster suppression? Minister of Ecology Liu Qiang frowned. No, because the East doesn't want to stay underground all the time. Just like maggots, you need to know that the glaciers lasted for hundreds of years as short as the Ice Age, and lasted for thousands of years, as long as the Ice Age. Living underground, human agriculture and industry are too restricted. The East has emerged from the first Yu dynasty in 5,000 years. Every age will have a leader who has never feared any disaster. The myths of Yugong moving mountains, Hai shooting the sun, Kuafu chasing the sun, Jingwei filling the sea, vicissitudes of life, etc. Representing each of our epochs, our ancestors who inherited our blood told us that we never feared any disaster. On the high platform, Ying Ziyue's voice is very complicated. He talks a lot. The first is spirit. He wants to create a project that humans can perfectly resist disasters. The second is the development after the disaster. You must know that there will be a month-long cold wave, then a year-long snowstorm, then a decade-long snowstorm, and the next few hundred years will be covered by glaciers. Blizzard was is and will continue until the end of the Ice Age. Clatter on the high platform. Ying Ziyue still held his hands with ambition, and his eyes were cold. He stared at the crowd solemnly and calmly. This is the nation's first nationwide fight against disasters in 5,000 years. This is also a major project that has never been seen before. From now on, what do you think is fighting against disasters? Standing straight, with cold eyes, Ying Ziyue sweeps everything. People, silence. Point. What is the fight against disasters? Giant city. Train. Dongshan City Ecological Minister Liu Qiang said. Point indeed. The snow country train, the wind and snow chain city, looks majestic and magnificent, mysterious, and vast, as if this is the most amazing and terrifying great project of all mankind. It's not. These are disasters. Ying Ziyue held both hands with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Point. Clatter. He snapped his fingers at Zhao Guofeng. A giant projection appeared behind him. Behind the projection, it was surprisingly the mechanical group of the Special Research Institute who went to these cities. They took the train and began to install one on each new city wall in the north and south. A giant silver aircraft engine. Point. Then came the northern Dongshan province, Beicheng, Kun City, and each of the new city walls were installed with such large aero engines. Guangcheng Minister Yan Rubin was stunned. He thought that starting from July, the East China closed the country, and the national airports stopped, and military airports stopped. The original fighter engines and the passenger aircraft engines were all dismantled in Beicheng, waiting for the final use. Since late at night on the 28th, 3 giant aero engines have been erected on the wall of the giant city of Guangcheng, and the giant engines have been equipped with oscillating ring rods on the periphery. Point. This scene is a picture of every city. 3 giant aero engines are laid on the walls of every new city. Point. So the finalized scene appeared. They should witness this stalwart miracle. The sky and the earth are whistling, and the blizzard and clouds are about to come. Guangcheng, as the first representative city, as the first one to encounter a cold wave. Under aerial photography, 3 silver-white aero engines on the north wall are like giant air cannons. And 40-meter high energy concentrating solar panels are formed into a piece. The huge city wall, at the highest point, is a tall artificial sun. The wind and snow roared, the snow-capped mountains stood tall, and the huge city was majestic and magnificent. Behind Guangcheng, there were slices of Huanggang floods, and silver-white nuclear-powered icebreakers lined up in rows, roaring and roaring. The inner city, the scorching blast furnace, the steam pipes, the magical buildings, and the Ferris wheel generator. At this moment, the combination of these pictures tells the Eastern high levels what is called confrontation. The ministers of the new towns present looked at them in a dazed and obsessive manner, and now they can feel a word more deeply, that is, era confrontation. The city is for defense, and the city wall is for confrontation. The highest minister of Guangcheng stood, and his eyes rose in excitement. As the chief management minister of Guangcheng, he seemed to have seen that when the cold wave came, Guangcheng was the first to initiate an era confrontation. The aero engine was roaring, blowing a cold wave. Concentrated solar energy is shining, 40 meters high and close to 100,000 coverage heat. The artificial sun finally lit up, and 50 million scorching temperatures covered everything. This is the confrontation of the whole nation in the East. Chapter 104. 48 degrees below zero, the biting cold wind, mixed with blizzards, filled with wanton howling. In the dark and long night, the representative city of Mars in the west is still in the crazy infrastructure construction at 9 o'clock in the middle of the night, and the semi-underground bunker of the giant city of Ere, the representative city of the Eagle Nation, is also busy. The whole world knows that the Glacier disaster is coming. The East has launched the city closure plan. The era is contending. And the West is also making a lot of preparations day and night. Now the underground defense station of the United States of Roses has begun to be reinforced with pipes. This will be a temporary trench tunnel, which means that it is beginning to move in the direction of the initial underground city. The cold wind was raging, and everyone was facing the cold wind. Some shivering and fainting lie down, and the rest continued to lay the insulating layer in Massachusetts. The Stan University engineering team patrolled back and forth in the dark to ensure that the degree of cold resistance of each building met the target. Now the blizzard is even bigger, and the roaring sound is endless rustling resounding. At 9:30 in the evening, the Stanford engineering team stopped at the giant building of the new era. In the era of civilization, this building was the most prosperous economic and commercial center, but now, this mansion is just a windshield. Behind this mansion is a giant community defensive shelter paved with a temperature insulating layer. This is the underground defensive residence of the nobles and the upper class. After several white old professors of the engineering team finished their inspections, a blizzard hit again, and the temperature dropped to 49 degrees again. In the middle of the night, there is no sunlight, storms, blizzards, and what is the feeling of -49 degrees? This feeling is to fear the white snow in front of you, even if you wear cotton clothes. It means that the next extreme cold of more than 150 degrees is unimaginable, which means a silver white ice planet is about to appear. The infrastructure inspection team Mike comes from Stan College and is a PhD in the Department of Architecture. Now he has a solemn expression. He looks at the city of ice and snow in the new era, and in the future it will be the city of ice sculptures. There is only one eastern land left to fight the cold wave above the surface. Professor Mike sighed. He didn't know what to say to this country. In this era of madness of disasters, the East is the most stubborn. Thinking of this, Mike's eyes flashed with a complex color. He suddenly thought from the previous Oriental project that now the Oriental project is very much like a step, and this step is ultimately the East seems to be protecting that piece of land. Thinking of this, Mike became more and more complicated. He didn't know what the people in the East thought, or why they were so obsessed with that piece of land, but they are the last above ground buildings for all mankind. Is there any news from Dongfang? Mike looked at the inspector at Bosin. It's close to -50 degrees, the meteorological satellites above the stratosphere, and all the optical cables have intermittent signals. There is no news at the moment, and we don't know what's going on in the East. Team, a burly white man, shook his head. Don't think about it. This time is the Great Ice Age. 5 epochs have been destroyed. This is not a monstrous flood, nor is it a zombie in the movie. The surface will be truly frozen. He patted old Mike on the shoulder. His voice side pointing showed respect for an East that was about to be frozen. Cool. Next will be very desperate. Old Mike smiled bitterly. He looked up at the new era mansion in front of him. The building was 80 floors. Now the highest point was all ice cubes. It was just a blizzard. When the cold wave came, old Mike seemed to see it. Frozen into the tallest and largest giant ice sculpture. On the 28th, at 11 o'clock in the evening, the Crimson Conference ended at 10 o'clock. In the southern city of Yanjing, a warm breath came from the scorching blast furnace. The steam iron pipes were steaming with smoke, and bursts of smoke began to linger, and the smoke was billowing. Perfectly beautiful. Cool. The wind and snow were howling, resounding over this Yanjing snow city. On the 8th floor, in an ultra-thick residential building, a 100-meter-long steel bar is erected beside the black balcony, and a steam pipe that runs around the community is attached to the steel bar. It is warm and magical. The parents have not yet come back. In the 48 hours before the disaster, public officials were extremely busy. They had to maintain order, maintain the distribution before the disaster, and so on. Take out the mobile phone. The 5G signal becomes 3G, because those cables, optical cables, submarine cables all began to freeze and crack. The signal is getting lower and lower, which is only -49 degrees. Taking out the mobile phone, with intermittent signals. Ying Ziyue opened a posted by engineers of Eastern Communications. Posted the first post, which is in line with the disaster. Wind. No one after the disaster. Will ordinary communication equipment still exist? Under the hot comments of this post, the popularity is extremely high. yanking communications engineer Chen Jinshao. After the disaster, all known communication lines will start to stop after the disaster, at least 100 degrees below zero. What's more, the continuous snowstorm will cause the signal to get worse and worse. Fortunately, there are trains. Guarantee normal transportation! 0 Find flowers, Shanghai communications engineer Guadahu. So next will we return to the era when the signal is close to zero. After all, the signal will disappear. Obviously the people are also talking about it. They made a phone call, and the text of the text read, "Start to accelerate the research on quantum communication." The reply was received in less than 10 minutes, and the reply was Zhao Guofeng point call. It was midnight in pitch black, and it was 11:30. Ying Ziyue sidelong, her eyes gleaming, complicated and awkward. He stood upright, like a silver spear, standing quietly in this magical city. Quietly analyzing in his mind the first wave of confrontation in the Cold Wave era. Artificial sun, arrow engine air impact, 40-meter wide concentrating solar panels, thermal insulation walls of the giant city. Disaster prevention, wind turbines provide electricity, hot blast furnaces provide warmth, and ultra-thick residential buildings provide warmth. Disaster transportation, snow country trains go around the country, and nuclear-powered icebreakers are used in southern flooded provinces. Disaster industry, large-scale factories equals industrial corridors equals new energy research. Disaster agriculture, behave warehouses, ecological poultry, plant cultivation, and animal breeding, promote cold resistance genes. Disaster scientific research, space seaweed farming, large-scale planting began to provide oxygen concentration, leading the evolution of life species after disasters. Disaster communication, in quantum communication scientific research, it is the primary communication research target for disasters. Each plan seems simple, but it is too difficult to pay. This is the result of countless scientific research institutes and countless engineers who have begun to study and finally researched. Now the midnight starry sky is pitch black. There is no moonlight or stars. Now it's after 12 o'clock. It is the time of the imminent disaster on the 29th. At 1 o'clock in the morning on the 29th, Ying Ziyue stood on the city wall. He seemed to have seen the cold wind bleak, and now probably the glaciers from the north and south were whizzing and rolling, and began to condense into clusters. The infrastructure of any country in the world is crazy and the technology is barbaric. What will be next? It will be a month of extreme -1 Beidou start cold wave. It will be a huge snowstorm that lasts for a year. It will be a blizzard that lasts for 10 years. It will also be an ice age that lasts for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Dongfang has done its best for the whole people, and now only waits for the final showdown. Wide chapter 105. The severe cold howled on the 29th. The temperature is officially 50 degrees below zero. This temperature is no longer suitable for outing infrastructure. At 10 o'clock in the morning, under the anger of a group of people, the United States of Roses announced that the dungeon project was temporarily completed and the layout of the bunker was completed. They want food and a comfortable environment. At 10:30, Western meteorology photographed the project after the completion of the infrastructure. It can be seen to the naked eye that the United States of Roses began in Mars, and the communities were planted with flags. The snow shovel began to retreat, and all the underground bunkers were built. A double-layer insulation board and a 3-meter high arched enclosed wall are installed. Almost every block of semi-underground bunkers have been insulated once again on the ground, and at the same time, individual large communities have begun to connect underground transportation trenches. When the day comes, the semi-underground bunkers of the Eagle Country are like giant mushroom houses. Huge and stalwart, and the temporary temperature blocking bunkers have been thickened again. Now every city in the Eagle Country stands 797 in the center of each city. This kind of tall and huge temperature bunker, the semi-underground cement project in Kawasaki, has also been completed, and the closed steel fortress of the Tsar may be over. In short, all large-scale projects in barbaric forms are all approaching the final stage. On September 29th, at 10 AM on the last day, the global disaster prevention project ended. The temperature was -50 degrees. The whole people entered the disaster prevention center. The surface temperature all increased. except for the equatorial center. The northern and southern hemispheres unified the cold lines for the first time. At 10:30, the Southern Glacier Donov Meteorological Bureau announced its dissolution, because the Meteorological Bureau was going to withdraw from the terrifying Southern Glacier. But their last announcement was, it is speculated that the Ice Age of the Ice Age will last for more than 100 years, the longest will be tens of millions of years, and the low will remain for thousands of years. At 10:30, the Donov Meteorological Bureau officially announced the announcement. Under this closing announcement, the messages of the Western people have grown from millions to tens of millions, because for the first time mankind knew that the Ice Age was not just a wave of disasters, but a wave of cleansing, a wave of countless epochs. Rolling cleaning point at this moment. After this Meteorological Bureau announcement left, the top students and PhDs of major colleges and universities have all appeared on the stage. This is about the last moment of mankind. Stan Eklund, PhD in biology. Using biology to simulate, you can understand that there will be a great cleansing of the earth. Cold and severe. If biology is used, I would even call it the era of biological extinction. Professor of the Department of History of Massachusetts Aaron. In the next time, we will begin to gradually ancientize. Maybe we have successfully built a complete ecosystem in the underground city. We do not lack water sources. We need to plant all kinds of agricultural crops must continue to develop, and even the concept of planetary engines has begun to push the Earth into a warm galaxy. So next, it will really be a magnificent era. King Huichenzai. 70% of the glaciers, the rest will be buried hundreds of meters, even thousands of meters, under the blizzard. Who would have thought that when hundreds of years later, Mount Everest is buried on those flat roads, and there are miraculous cities for mankind. So in the future, mankind will probably feel the most desperate pessimism. The heat is extremely high. Taking advantage of the intermittent existence of global signals, the world's major universities and colleges have announced for the first time what the world will be after the disaster. At dawn in the morning, at the Yanjing Meteorological Observatory, Zhao Guofeng was also looking at this announcement from the Donov Meteorological Bureau. He was also witnessing this somewhat horrifying prediction of the era. So after the cold wave, will it be so horrible? It will even be a frozen world for tens of thousands of years. Zhao Guofeng's voice was solemn. When he personally watched the detailed comments of the global academic tyrants, he truly realized that, after the disaster, how terrible it was at that time. The earth can be renamed ice hockey. It's worth it, if we preserve this country. Ziyue Yan said, point clatter in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Ying Ziyue stood solemnly with her hands on her back. In front of him was a magnificent glacier. There was a turbulent era in front of us. Mankind should witness this era in person. The East now has the power to protect itself and develop before the disaster. So it is not only necessary to protect the East, but Ying Ziyue looked at the two, snapping her fingers along with the howling wind. Everyone, we can now protect this country. So we not only protect the East, we must protect the Yanhuan continent left by our ancestors. I don't want to care about other countries and other continents. I just want the Yanhuan continent to continue to be full of vitality, even in the Ice Age. Ying Ziyue's voice is elegant, but the bursts of pride exuded, and the two couldn't help feeling of admiration. Yanhuan continent. The ancestors battled all the way for 5,000 years, survived all the way, and evolved all the way. It took the blood of Yanhuan to leave us this stalwart land. Zero. Zhao Guofeng, Ziyue Yan. Without the slightest silence, Ying Ziyue spoke. Here. The two stood up at the same time, standing straight, handsome and straight. Ying Ziyue exudes a shining air, heroic and handsome. The glacial cold wave will spread for a month. Our city of snow and wind will be blocked by trains. The blizzard will last for 10 years. Our industry can withstand it. The Ice Age will last for thousands of years. Who will stop it? Ying Ziyue spoke. After he spoke, the two people present felt something, and both of them couldn't help getting excited all over, because it is obvious that the final disaster layout line exclusive to the East will be unified. They have always believed that the projects in the East are terrifying. Now the world is afraid of tomorrow's cold wave and the next survival. the East is still rebellious and continues to start the barbaric nationwide infrastructure, even the trump card for thousands of years after the disaster. From now on, the whole people will enter the academic ocean of disasters. First, the national college courses are divided into 4 categories, namely paleontology, mainly for the protection of animal genes that are about to die, as well as new paleontological genetic research. The second is mechanics, mainly for research on new energy. The third is glacier infrastructure, and the fourth is agricultural supply. Received. Zhao Guofeng nodded. He was in charge of the internal affairs project. From now on, after Ying Ziyue spoke about the project change, he knew that from now on, the goal of the East in white clothes is no longer to survive in disasters, but to be more barbaric. In the future, it will even promote the Earth and have a stalwart plan to create an era. Zhuo Yan began to gather the National Institute of Biology, Genetics, and began to investigate the Cambrian, the origin of all records of the newborn universe. Received. Zhuo Yan nodded. He was in charge of project deployment, similar to project allocation. One by one, all the people will close the city and all the people will retreat, so that the whole people will join the great power, to enter a new era of disasters. With his hands on his back, and living like a moon, Ying Ziyue's eyes are piercing. He is now watching the new cities with his own eyes, and the announcement is over. The cities are planting seaweed and sowing oxygen. Watch the last one covering the continent level connect into a line. The East is shrouded in frost storms. In the forested areas of this continent, some wild animals are slowly dying out, and a lot of vitality is beginning to quickly dissipate. The Yanhuan continent has begun to become cold, but now the Yanhuan kingdom is doing its utmost to protect this ancestral continent. Chapter 106. On the 29th, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Starting from Yanjing, new information optical cable stations began to be laid again. In Yanging City, civil engineering, agriculture, science, and 3 colleges and universities are located in the city. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Special Research Institute gave a voice, and the academic unification of universities across the country. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the second department of Yenching University of Science began to lecture on paleontology to School Department 009 class. Chen Jiang, a famous professor of paleontology in Yanjing, stood on the podium. He was in his 50s. He was wearing a tank suit. His figure was burly and his hair was spotted, but he was filled with a very refined spirit, exuding a piercing spirit. In the audience are the science students of the second department, about 200 people. A steam pipe interspersed in the classroom, emitting steam, increasing the problem of the room, and the rustling heat and academic sounds are quite integrated. Hello classmates, welcome to the paleontology course before the first disaster. There are still 30 hours in the disaster, but you must understand paleontology. Professor Chen Jiang stood upright, and he smiled. Professor Chen, the disaster is coming. The Donov Meteorological Bureau announced that there are still 30 hours left. Why did the official add a paleontology course? And it was also listed as the first main course. In the first row, a student with gold glasses and a little obesity speaks. He is Zhao Hei, a top student of the second department of Yanjing University of Science. He has strong academic ability, but he is still confused about the new biology courses in front of him. Do you know that the Yama rainforest is covered by blizzard? The ocean is starting to run out of oxygen, so disasters come, and survival above the surface will become more and more difficult. The professor stood straight, his voice calm, and he spoke step by step. You should understand the beginning of the Phanerozoic. It is about 500 million years from now. In the late Cambrian period, when the temperature rose, the land glaciers began to melt, the sea level began to rise, and the sea water invaded, so the temperature rose. As a result, the amount of evaporation has increased, the rainfall has increased, and the dry climate of the early Cambrian has been transformed. The earth has become warm and humid, so the glaciers came, and the Cambrian life explosion began. Professor Chen Jiang finished speaking with a smile, and he made a bow motion point in the classroom. The steam was steaming, and every student was stunned. Then they quickly looked at the knowledge on the blackboard. They were all students with extremely high scores in this science university, and they responded quickly. In the first row, Zuba Zhao Hei reacted. First, From the 1st July, the Earth began to be hot, and the planet continued to warm up, so the global temperature began to rise, and then the southern glaciers began to melt. The melting of the second glaciers in the north and south has caused the sea level to rise. A large amount of evaporation has increased, and the rainfall has increased. Thinking of this, Zuba Ziyue's fat face was horrified, and now he seemed to see the progress of the times one by one. It was indeed global warming before, and then Ziyue hardly needs to speak, because Professor Chen Jiang opened a net map on stage. This is a picture of Xihai City. In the sewers throughout the city, as well as the large residence upstairs, a group of green rigid bubbles began to spread and grow, and countless green rigid bubble sponges began to multiply. A large piece of special seaweed. They grow in all kinds of places with water. It snows all year round in Yanjing, and it will turn into rain because of the fall of the blizzard. This kind of complex green bubble seaweed seems to spread over a large area. As for the panoramic photo in the classroom, it is impressive that all the major super thick buildings in the city, the major sewers, and the snow-capped mountains outside the city are all covered with this kind of seaweed. This is Phytocystis, commonly known as green bubble algae. Zuba Ziyue looked complicated. This kind of seaweed can start to decompose air and produce oxygen in extreme environments. Ziyue finished, and the expressions of other students began to change. Everyone even started to get excited because they all found that they felt it. Click on the podium. The second picture appeared. This is the North Sea Ocean Warehouse, and it is also the famous disaster reserve marine warehouse in the East Point. But this photo is a photo of all the waters of the Northern Hemisphere. Some are in the crazily low tide, and some are in the crazily barbaric tsunami. Miraculous scenes appear. A large number of dead fish in the ocean begin to float, and the ocean begins. When there is no oxygen, only slices of swimming fish in the North Sea are swimming freely and living freely. The air concentration here is extremely high, because the depths of the ocean are anaerobic due to various reasons. Zuba Ziyue spoke again. After he finished speaking, the other students all understood. The seaweed is for the production of oxygen, and the North Sea warehouse is for the storage of oxygen. Boom. Fatty Ziyue walked up to the high platform excitedly, holding a piece of chalk with an expression of excitement. It's not just the seaweed and Bihei warehouse, the fat man said, his eyes sharpened with the luster of Zuba. Didn't you find out that the ecological paradise has begun to raise a lot of wild animals whose ancestors are genetically resistant to cold? Ziyue said. After he finished speaking, many students nodded one after another, and now they are also beginning to find out. Indeed, now the ecological park does breed many genetically resistant wild animals, which are almost countless. Therefore, the only role of these wild animals is to be experimental products to test whether these animals can grow cold resistance during the evolution of the Ice Age. Then the ultimate goal is. All the students in the class couldn't help taking a breath at the same time, and Zuba Ziyue yelled. Now the paleontology professors in China seem to have disappeared. They clearly went to the ecological park. They all went to the ecological park. Probably just for a plan. Ziyue couldn't help but trembling with excitement, as if he had discovered some great secret. He was trembling with excitement. That is that the East is almost perfect in disaster protection, but this step is to survive for a long time after the disaster. So, our country wants to produce a lot of oxygen, wants to study the evolution of the first generation of beasts, wants to start using the North Sea as the oxygen point, and then promotes the explosion of life in the Ice Age. The last sentence of Zuba Ziyue was almost a roar. After he finished speaking, the other students looked dull. None of them expected that the current Eastern project would be so crazy and so terrifying. After the huge city of wind and snow train stood up, on the last day of the disaster, a project of artificially propelling the Cambrian life explosion was directly laid out. Hiss, Zuba Ziyue couldn't help but smile. No wonder those wild animals would be protected. They would be the first batch of cold resistant experiments. No wonder the North Sea coast is rich in oxygen. It turns out that this will be an experimental base for marine life explosions. Therefore, the seaweed in the ecological paradise will increase the oxygen in the eastern continent, and everything in the east wants to promote the big eruption of life species in the Ice Age. The purpose of all this is to embellish this continent. That is, in the future, human beings can have a steady stream of fresh meat in the classroom. There is dead silence at 5 o'clock in the afternoon on the 29th. The last sunset set, and there will be no sunset in the next for a month, because the next is the glacier cold wave. The northern city wall of Yanjing, the weather observation room. The atmosphere is peaceful, except for the noise of blizzards roaring outside. Ying Ziyue was waving his pen and ink, drawing a picture. Boom. The painting starts from nothingness, knowing that a certain Yama giant rainforest has disappeared, and the lungs of this planet have disappeared, so the dust is visible, and the oxygen concentration begins to drop at the beginning of the second act. There is another new scene. The ocean erupts, the earthquake affects, the ocean begins to become anaerobic, and a large number of dead fish begin to appear. The dead fish are like mountains and seas, piles and piles in the base map of the picture. Above the surface, the east and west are all covered with frost, all covered by wind and snow, except for the black cities standing in the east. It is barely a bit of brilliance visible to the naked eye. The planet has become ice-colored. Planet. It seems that everything is beginning to despair. Everything seems to be desperate. So in this scene, seaweeds in each city began to converge and erupt on the eastern flaming yellow continent. Pieces of snowy mountains and ice underwater seaweeds began to erupt, and they began to release oxygen for this continent. So the high ocean oxygen in the North Sea warehouse began to sweep in. So the eastern continent began to enter the super concentrated oxygen. Then the eco park began to test the cold resistance of ancient genetic beasts. Then bang. Yanhuang continent, the rear of the explosion of life species in the Ice Age, is here. The drawing is just over behind him. Zhuo Yan and the head of internal affairs Lin Ping watched slowly, staring blankly at the unbelievable and cross-age scene in front of them after the two major disasters in the east. The layout is all up. First, industrial corridors with artificial suns will eventually study new human energy, and even nuclear fission can be controlled forever. Second, the east makes oxygen, tests everything, and starts to let the east replace nature to promote the explosion of life species on this continent. And then the east may never worry about the food crisis again from now on. From the last day of the disaster, Zhuo Yan truly realized that the layout of the great powers had reached perfection. Chapter 107. 8 PM on the 29th. The global weather beacon changed from orange warning to blood red. Outdoor thermometers around the world are beginning to shatter. Humans began to witness a 4-meter high bungalow submerged in one day. Some big countries are about to enter the underground defense, and some big countries are carrying out the last world seed protection on the ground. The east before the cold wave is beautiful. The forest area outside the city is covered with ice and snow, and there are rustling avalanches resounding from time to time. Those 15-meter high telegraph poles only have the last cable, and those familiar traces are dissipating, except for some huge buildings that still have the last top points starting from Yanjing. Every white wind-powered lighthouse in the new city lights up, and the lights rotate, layer by layer, shining stunningly on the city. The cold wind at 8 o'clock in the middle of the night is best not to go out. Otherwise the wind and snow will swallow everything. At 8:30, the Special Research Institute issued the last pre-disaster announcement. World Tinder Project. From now on, the preservation of cultural relics of the 5,000 years of the Eastern Dynasty, the preservation of Yanhuang genes, the preservation of science and technology, the preservation of animal genes, plant embryos, fruit tree seeds, and industrial technology are all preserved in the 5,000-meter Great Wall of Yanjing. After that, mankind has entered the era of disasters. The reason why this scientific research institute news exploded was because the fire project was to protect all aspects of the Earth's current genes, as well as the protection of the heritage of Eastern culture. There is also a human gene bank in the Northern Glacier National Underground Research Institute, which preserves nearly 1 million seeds on the Earth, and is known as the Bank of Underground Disasters in the United States of Rose's Space Station. There are thousands of gene tubes that carry animals. Before the disaster, mankind began to pave the way for the future step by step to prevent disasters. However, the reason why the announcement of the Oriental Special Research Institute burst out was because of the world's seed fire, including the inheritance of civilizations such as Eastern civilization. This is the world's seed, Hot search no one Eastern world seeds under the enthusiastic comment. It represents the most fanatical heart of the Eastern people. Chenegyu, this is what our country is really doing. The Oriental World Bank not only needs to preserve seeds, but also begins to preserve civilization. The disaster is coming. The fire plan is finished. Nothing else. The whole people in the East are willing to fight the disaster. Chaozi, the seed of cultural inheritance is the new human. Otherwise it can only be the savages. The fire card is over, and disasters are aging. How many people will exist in this continent, or how many animals will exist? 21st Century Glacier Chronicles. In the middle of the night on September 29th, the East announced the establishment of the World Seed Reserve. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, the galaxy is shining, and a blue planet emits a light dust, which seems extremely small in the universe point, but a faint white light lit up. This is a clean white space station, 400 kilometers from the surface of the Earth. It is constantly revolving around the Earth. The orbital inclination angle is 52 degrees. This is in the International Space Station where the equator forms an angle between the plane's location. Node 19, Deck 5, 78, Ice, Leo 51, 5.603, Node 5, Deck 7, International Space Station, Low Earth Orbit, Tilt Angle 52.603. It's our salute space station point within the galaxy. The space station is spinning in shock, and two aviators are looking at the night like Earth through space glass. Cerestinori stood straight, his eyes trembling, and he watched the glaciers converge, and then the world began to show a silver sign. Even if he just saw this scene, he couldn't help looking at his friend in despair. It covers the planet level ice, so who can survive? Anora's voice trembled, because from the perspective of the space station, he saw the desperate and frozen picture in front of him very clearly. The cold wave is about to sweep the world, and now the northern and southern glaciers are more like a brand new country of ice and snow, with a terrifying and whistling blizzard country. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the major states, major communities, and major officials of the United States of the Roses issued announcements. From this moment on, the whole people began to hide in the underground fortifications for a month, to avoid the extreme cold. The temperature is as high as -55 degrees at 1 o'clock in the morning, equipped with cold winds, and groups of white people in the major states of the Rose Country are looking desperately in front of them. That is the picture of the North and South glaciers. On the current ends, the North and South glaciers are like to disappear. Start entering the defensive post, in the underground defense station of New Times Square. The black manager roared, followed by the sound of queuing, the roar of wind and snow. The heaven and the earth seem to be changing colors. Their extreme horror scene is chilling. Mars State Disaster National Security Institute, Minister Roddy, many Massachusetts meteorology professors, and many geology professors are all watching the scene before them tremblingly. To be precise, the scene is about to shatter nothingness. This is the Arctic Ocean. It is visible to the naked eye. When the North and South glaciers gather the cold wave, the world seems to be completely shattered. The extreme cold wave layer spreads to the stratosphere, and continues to spread. When a trace of cold wave appears, humans see an epic scene point. That is, this huge sea area has turned into an ice sculpture. The sea surface has been frozen, and the extremely cold white steam is permeated. That is the absolute cold wave. God, Minister Roddy was stunned. He had watched disaster movies, and had seen professors simulate a cold wave, but when he saw it in person through meteorological satellites, he really felt a kind of trembling. A sense of despair above the surface. Starting from the North and South glaciers, everything will be madly covered. This cold wave will freeze everything on the surface. Above the surface, everything will be frozen. Everything will be shattered. Also in the east, so are the volcanoes that are about to erupt. Only by seeing the Great Ice Age 1 million years ago, will you really know what is called frozen the ground. Chief Breath Professor Anton Clint said. He hardly needs to say. His eyes looked at the east with some pity. There is nothing to stop the surface under this cold wave. Even a volcano can freeze quickly. Gentlemen and ladies, the underground defense station project is on. Disaster Minister Roddy stood up. He tidied up his clean white suit and meticulous big back. At the same time, he exhaled a long sigh. As he finished speaking, a series of super orders began to be issued. The underground defense stations of the communities were opened one by one. The blizzards roared. The high-rise buildings in the city were covered with snow. The wind and snow roared, and the people of the communities began to enter the underground with identification cards. Not only in Mars, there are too many and too many. The entire United States of Roses has become a giant city with wind and snow, and groups of people are lining up, feeling this desperate and oppressive era. The semi-underground bunkers of the Eagle Nation are also gathering at their full strength. All the giant teams are also opening up magnificently. The super bunkers of the Tsa have also begun to line up. The Arc of the North Glacier has been established, and it has begun to hide like the previous giant Cold War dungeons. Inside, the sea was frozen, and the Ark could not resist too much. As if to witness nearer, the global blizzard swept through. The north and south cold wave is about to appear. The world will enter the underground defense at 2 o'clock in the morning on September 30th, and all the ultra temperature defense equipment will be turned on. It's 2:30 in the morning. Yinching, station machinery, computer display hour. The eastern cities were closed, and the southern icebreakers gathered together. The night was shining, the cold wind was like a road, and the steam was surging. Outside the magical giant city, the storm roared like a dragon, and the snow-capped mountains began to freeze, turning into giant icebergs. Standing wind and snow. Outside the city, there are continuous ups and downs. One by one in front of the Yanjing Bicheng Meteorological Observatory, a huge floor-to-ceiling window stands. Ying Ziyue stands in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The floor-to-ceiling window behind him is in the direction of Heishangun, and the picture of Yanjing Fengsu, Zhao No's Heio City is in front of him. The temperature of the scorching blast furnace began to increase, and the blast furnace workers received new orders, and the temperature would continue to increase. The rotation speed of the wind turbine increases, and it begins to supply current reserve. Current to a greater degree. Above the city wall, the concentrating solar panels are always on. As long as the cold wave comes, and the temperature reaches the critical value, the solar panels will be turned on directly. It is also raining in the city. Trucks are galloping. These trucks are pulling those biological seeds, plant seeds. This is the Oriental World Seed Project. Underground warehouses under the city are also opening, and grains are being sent in large quantities to ensure normal supply order. Ying Ziyue watched scene after scene, and for the first time there was a smile on his mouth. Responsibility. In the long dark night, the entire planet began to be stained with white snow. The north-south cold wave began to move slowly, and countries all over the world entered underground defense projects. In addition to the Eastern Snow Country train, the Eastern Snow Country chain, still stands on the ground. The confrontation device on the city wall is in a state of waiting to be activated, as if a miraculous scene will appear next. That is, how the giant eastern city above the surface can survive. Chapter 108. On the 30th, 3 o'clock in the morning. In the Yanjing North Wall Meteorological Observatory, Ying Ziyue is personally feeling the extreme depression of the disaster. The rushing wind was whizzing through the double-layer insulation glass, but waves of white snow that suppressed the whistling continued to impact. There was a banging sound from the giant iron plates of the city wall. This was the sound of giant snow masses. The faster the north and south glaciers moved, the louder the current ear-splitting roar. The sky is not black now, but has been turned into dark white by the snowstorm. There are truly epic movie scenes in front of me. A huge black and snowy city stands in the snowstorm. In front of the city are towering and magnificent icebergs. The iceberg is too big, getting bigger and bigger. As for the surface, except for this city, almost everything is covered up. The epic picture in front of us made all the group leaders of the Special Research Institute look at it in amazement and fascination in the conference room. Humans cannot imagine that the first wave of nature is so terrifying, not to mention the next cold wave. The next cold wave will what it looks like, more desperate, more terrifying shock. Really, the snowflakes on the swallows are as big as seats, and they blow down Zhuanyuante. The ground is white and the wind is cold, and the snowflakes are big. You can only describe it like this. Zhuo Yan couldn't help but smiled bitterly. He quoted Li Bei's blizzard poems. The snowflakes in front of me are indeed so, and the snowballs are like human hands. Ying Ziyue paces lightly, He doesn't agree with this sentence. He was holding a drawing pen in his hand and then pointed to the global map of the drawing board in front of him. Any place on the map was pointed, and any area was pointed. Then the cold wave departs from the northern and southern glaciers, passing through the Eagle Country, then the Rose Union Country, Kawasaki Country, the Tsar, then the East, the Desert Country, and finally the Prairie State. Those Arctic oceans will be frozen, and those southern oceans will begin to condense. So when you arrive in the East, the most appropriate verse for the duelist fight. Back 3 million jade dragons, and defeat the scales and armor flying all over the sky. Now, when Ying Ziyue finished speaking, an extreme aura radiated. The epic picture of the blizzard before her eyes truly represents the confrontation in the east. Those Begsu would be dragon scales falling from the sky fiercely. Those cold waves would be roaring dragons, and the east would be the dragon slayer of the whole country. 19 hours countdown. Colonel Yan. Ying Ziyue growled. Colonel Yan, Minister of Foreign Affairs, stood upright. Let's get started. I have allowed those troops to be stationed in major new cities across the country before, and all the thermal weapons that can be used in the city have been transported, and now I will start to erect. From now on, let those warships that are not fully enclosed begin to travel to the oceans and prepare for defense. From now on, the whole country is endless. The whole country is bloody war. Ying Ziyue's voice always carries a great sadness, without any rendering, without any contempt, but a sense of tragic hoarseness. Since the border checkpoint was closed at the beginning of July, the legions have scattered and traveled to major new cities. The first is to garrison to maintain law and order, and the second is to fight disasters. From now on, after Guangcheng, warships are also galloping along those floods. These are unenclosed warships. They are automatically controlled. Their goal is to carry a large amount of explosives to the volcanic areas of the oceans under the sea for some kind of purpose. Unknown layout. Now this big country's trump card is only used. The fight against disasters is not a simple project start, but the whole nation, the whole army, the whole people, and the major scientific research institutes working together. There are still 19 hours. You come to the remote inspector. Ying Ziyue said. Received. Major Yan nodded. At 3:30 in the morning, Guangcheng Army Corps District Point DDDD. DDDD. The sharp crimson assembly bell rang. This design is for emergency operations and must be assembled within 1 minute to be responsible for military punishment. The number 1 Marine Artillery region in Guangcheng has nearly 50,000 elite personnel, and everyone is standing straight and looking ahead. Point at the forefront. Guangcheng Minister Yan Ruben is watching the remote military video of his older brother. Major Yan, within 7 hours, we will ensure that the anti-disaster equipment has been laid out. We will ensure that we will live up to the expectations of the country and the people. Yan Ruben let out a low growl. Prepare the fuel air bullet launcher and start erecting the city wall. From now on, we have a new enemy, and the whole people will face the cold wave. All stand at attention and move forward. Boom boom boom. The team started. The early morning and night, the stars were shining. This was the most shining scene. And many people should remember the miracle of this scene. Point. The army started, not just in Guangcheng. Starting from Guangcheng, the troops that had been stationed for a long time began to go to the four walls and began to erect fuel air projectile launchers on the 40-meter high city wall. At 4 o'clock in the night, the stars seemed to fall, and the wind and snow enveloped the continent. Point. Under the city wall of Guangcheng, many people are staring at the scene blankly. The city wall is now equipped with a new giant grenadier and aero engine next to it. Point. Guangcheng Ocean University was set up next to the southern city wall. Inside the campus, steam pipes were emitting spray. Some students pointed at the soldiers on the city wall and couldn't help but say, "What is this doing? Paving fuel air bombs?" A sturdy young man smiled on the basketball court. Ocean University was a student of Jiang. He almost served as a soldier, so he was very familiar with military information. After he finished speaking, there were no girls around him. Asked one after another, "What do you mean? We are facing a cold wave. Can this be withstood?" The female student's voice was weak and weak, very unconfident. "Do you know what the fuel air bomb is? It is filled with liquid fuel, which is filled with liquid hydrocarbons, such as ethylene oxide, propylene oxide, methylacetylene, and propane. Once it is thrown and launched at the center of the cold wave, a sea of fire will be formed directly, the air will freeze instantly, and at the same time it will carry extremely strong shock waves and heat waves. The shock wave spread at 3 kilometers per second. Once this fuel bomb starts to launch, Jiang he doesn't need to say more. The students around him couldn't help but breathe in air conditioning. The sky forms a huge sea of fire to block the confrontation. Equipped with aero engines, equipped with artificial suns, and equipped with solar panels, this directly caused a feast of confrontation. But can it be resisted? This is a glacier that can freeze a volcano in the crowd. Some students couldn't help but worry. In Guangcheng, turbulent flooding, an unenclosed warship set up a navigation route. The only goal of the warship is above the oceanic submarine volcanoes in the eastern coastal cities. When the cold wave finally approaches -2 Beidou, this will be the final trump card. What is it? Probably only the whole people will see the explosion duel. In the long dark night and flooding, hundreds of warships galloped like sharp swords in front of Guangcheng City. On the wall of the North City, Minister Yan Ruben watched the fuel air cartridges installed around him. In front of him, satellite-controlled warships went to various sea areas, and the battlefield appeared in a super cold confrontation point. It is Guangcheng, which will be the biggest battlefield in the future. Ziyue Yan is also looking at a post in the Yanjing Meteorological Observatory. This is a glacier that can freeze even a volcano. Can we really escape it? The post comes from Zhuhu. The popularity is very good, and the parties are controversial. The corners of Ying Ziyue's mouth remain unchanged, with a smile still on his face, but his eyes are deep, as if thinking of before. It was October when the cold wave came. On October 1st, meteorologist James promoted the north-south cold wave point on October 7th. The equator was close to ice point on October 10th, when the country of roses and the kingdom of eagles are small. The world is reduced to a land of snow and ice sculptures, and the miraculous buildings from all sides are reduced to giant ice sculptures. On October 11th, the last city in the east disappeared. This was Ying Ziyue's death direction before his rebirth. But now everything has changed. The army of the great powers is assembled. The inner and outer walls are fighting. Everything has changed now. Before it was the ice sculpture of all mankind. Now it is the confrontation of the whole country in the east point behind him. Zhao Guofeng also received the news and quickly reported. Ying Group. Now those indiscriminate warships in front of Guangcheng have carried a large number of bombs to the major submarine volcanic areas along the coast. Now, the laying of various cities is in progress, and each city is laying hundreds of fuel air bombs. The stand against the cold wave has been set in Guangcheng. Please instruct the next step. Zhao Guofeng stood up and saluted. The next step is to go to war, putting down both hands. Ying Ziyue roared, with epic wind and snow behind him, facing the big country and all the people. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109. 7 o'clock in the morning. On the 30th, the surface temperature reached -55 degrees in the North Glacier Shenmei country. Erif, the father of the North Glacier Meteorological Bureau, is watching the city of Ace with his own eyes. The sky was still dark, but the lighthouses in the city began to light up, and the giant ark began to move forward to makeshift underground bunkers, but it was too late. And a huge cold wave from the North Glacier hit. The ark started, and then froze. Aleph overlooked the world, and finally waved his arms high, and the cold wave passed in a flash, leaving only an ice sculpture holding his arms high. From this moment on, the North and South Glaciers have completely become the extremely cold forbidden places on the earth. At 10 o'clock in the morning, daylight breaks. No, there is daylight and only night. The cold wind howled, and the piercing wind rushed. Yanjing is busy, and Zhao Guofeng is reporting in the meteorological conference room. Ying Group. The aviation group proposes the final step. Zhao Guofeng said that as early as the beginning of July, all major state-owned enterprises across the country received a piece of news. That is, unconditionally cooperate with the Theory contest. project. In short, all major official systems across the country cooperate with research, with any development, any research project, leader-eyeing. Now the aviation team is starting to transport airships. Is this used to test the climate? Xiao Guofeng couldn't help but ask. Load fuel. This will be the last step. Hiss. His face changed, and Xiao Guofeng's expression completely changed from now on. And now he probably knows the military confrontation arrangement. The airship is loaded with fuel, and then flies away. After flying into the sky, it will explode in the extreme cold to form a sea of flames burning in the air. The boiling sea of fire will continue to burn unscrupulously, and even savagely can swallow part of the cold wave and offset its temperature. From the beginning of the morning, the materials transported by the cities are being transported in carts and carts on the city wall. One by one Azure airships began to fly slowly. They carried a large amount of gasoline, and were equipped with self-igniting devices. Once they reached a certain critical point, they would explode directly. This is the current airship point. Each city began to be equipped with 100 airships, flying over the city, preparing for the next 12 hours. At 12 o'clock at noon, the city became a magical giant point on the north wall of Guangcheng. Minister Yan Rubin stood straight, and he overlooked the city with satisfaction point, because in the future, Guangcheng will be the first battlefield, the first disaster-covered place. Point buzzing. Looking up now, there is the sound of airships slowly flying in front of me, and the airships with oriental dragon-shaped appearance are flying, looking stunning and sacred, exuding the breath of rushing. Point behind the city wall, there appeared a scene of icebreakers lined up in the south. Point boom boom boom, boom boom boom. The scorching blast furnace in the city started, the fire became more fierce, and the heating began to increase. It's getting more and more like a magical city. Minister Yan Rubin couldn't help but smile. Point coupled with this city, it really feels more and more like a city with magical technology. Yanjing South City, the 8th floor of Yugsu Community. Point this is Ying Ziyue's home. In the living room, the parents are sighing. It's really changing. Starting tomorrow, the world will enter an ice age that lasts for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Tomorrow will also be a cold wave showdown that lasts for thousands of years. Ying Fu sighed. Is the current big countries hold cards enough? Ying Mu said with a gentle voice, do you know that the military region is dispatched at 4 o'clock in the morning? Now every city wall is equipped with fuel air bombs. Do you know this kind of air bomb? Humans will see the most horrible scene in the future. Fuel air bombs will form a vacuum of fire. Ying father smiled. And the sky now. Ying Fu pointed to the sky above, and only saw the sky above. From the perspective of the living room, one could clearly see the sky blue airships floating. This is an airship. Fuel has been added. This is a very fast explosive fuel. Once the cold wave comes, these motorboats will explode in the cold wave, forming a huge sea of fire hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters, raising the temperature. The more Ying Fu said, the more excited he became, because he had personally obtained the blueprints for these two projects of Yanjing. Fuel air bombs, ships. This time the Legion will really fight. Ying Mu sighed. More than that, you didn't realize that all our marine warships seem to have disappeared after shutting down the country. Now our ships are just the icebreakers. Do you know where the other warships have gone? Ying Fu said excitedly. Point this is not a secret, because many people have captured it, and many warships have gone to various sea areas along the eastern coast. Each sea area? Ying Mu also subconsciously said, no. Father Ying squinted his eyes. He seemed to be sighing something. His eyes gradually became sharper. It's going to all the submarine volcanic areas around the eastern coast. These warships are operated remotely and carry a lot of bombs. All. Ying Mu reacted instantly, and she couldn't help but shook her voice. Everything is to catalyze the eruption of submarine volcanoes. When the cold wave comes, fuel air bombs erupt, airships explode, and city walls explode, and then finally submarine volcanoes erupt, directly causing slices of the sea to boil. Heat rises and dissipates. Cold wave. Zero fine flowers. Ying Mu is a high school student from Qinghai University. She also won the first place in physics in high school. She is very clear about the trend of this kind of weather change, but at this moment, she still couldn't help shaking with excitement, because this is simply too terrifying. From 4 o'clock in the morning, incendiary bombs have been set up in major new cities across the country, and airships are flying, and the major warships have stopped in the submarine volcanic area, just for the submarine explosion, to trigger the submarine volcanic eruption point. Then in the city, the kinetic energy of the wind turbine is directly added to the maximum. The scorching blast furnace started to burn super. Then there is the city wall. The fuel air bomb becomes a vacuum stagnant. 0. The explosive airship turned into a sea of flames at high altitude. The aero engine will disperse the air cannon range. The concentrating solar energy on the city wall will glow with the ultimate light. The ultimate high temperature of 40 meters in the whole area. The artificial sun will be the extreme high temperature in the center of the cold wave. The last step is the eruption of a submarine volcano. The eastern coastal waters are boiling, and the hot air is boiling, putting it all together. These are called confrontations. From 12 o'clock, time flew past, and the frost became bigger. At 11:50 p.m. on the 30th point in the Yanjing Meteorological Prediction Conference Room, the cold wave will break out in 10 minutes. All the team leaders of the Supernatural Special Research Institute and the Minister of Internal Affairs are standing straight. You have 10 minutes. Zhao Guofeng's voice trembled. 10 minutes. Zhuo Yan also shivered excitedly. Now everyone is looking at Ying Ziyue with piercing eyes. They are all waiting for the final decision maker. In front of the window, there is a white drawing board in front of Ying Ziyue. He writes, and then gently swipes it. Song of disaster made at sunrise. Daily income, sink a well and drink, plowing and eating. What disaster is our country? This is the first poem in Eastern history. It comes from before Emperor Yao, and it is close to mystery. The original name was Song of the Earth. The overall meaning after the adaptation is that we have agriculture, industry, and food. What can disasters do to our country? A poem represents all Ying Ziyue's thoughts at the moment. Putting down the brush, taking notes, Ying Ziyue stood straight. He looked at the mechanical clock in the living room and pointed to 12. His voice was quiet. Everyone, I sages here. Guang chapter 110. Da point at the Yanjing train station. The difference engine in front of the mechanical computer emits a crisp calculation sound from the electron tube point. The rustling steam sounded, and the time changed. The temperature changes. 0 hours on October 1st, 203. Temperature, -62 degrees Celsius. When this time point was reached, it was almost the same as the train station rooftop lights lit up, and the white lights illuminated the train tracks of Haitian Pass in front of them. An arch-shaped train station stretching several million square meters is like a straight and undulating mountain range, with magnificent waves and shocking surprises. This is Yanjing's mechanical Black Shield train station. The mechanical steel bars are still sticking out high, and the outside of the station is paved. In addition to the temperature insulation layer, this is a high-efficiency temperature insulation layer, which stretches and surprises in the darkness of midnight. The difference machine was resounding, the computer sounded, and the heavy mechanical robot started backed by the train station. The city of Yanjing became magical again. The airship flew into the sky, and the Ferris wheel in the center of the city began to accelerate. So the cold air rose, the hot air sank, and the temperature in the city was also accelerating. Improved. Boom boom boom. The roar from the south of the city is also resounding, and the scorching blast furnace rises high and begins to increase the heat to produce steam. The North City Special Research Institute, the major nuclear fission teams, and engineering teams in the center of the city. A total of hundreds of people all got on the car, and it was raining in the city because the snow fell and melted. These teams all arrived at the train station. And then one by one professors began to line up to enter the train station. From now on, the train will start spinning all the time. Ying Ziyue and Zhao Guofeng are all in the train. There is only one thing for them to go, and that is to go to the first battlefield, Guangcheng, to participate in the fight against the cold wave. In the dark and long night, the train was buzzing, and Zhuo Yan, the head of the station, watched a group of people get on the train. This was what he was most proud of. With a high alarm call, the scorching flames are stricken, and the country is suffering. A difficult one. P+ support. Ying group, good walk this time. 80. The train galloped. Zhuo Yan backed his hands, He stood behind the train and bowed, and all the soldiers behind him bowed and roared. At 1 o'clock in the morning on the 1st, the surface temperature on the other side of the Atlantic was close to -70 degrees in North Glaciation country. In front of Xihai City, 3 arcs stand on the glacier. Inside the arc, engineers, designers, and the public all watch the cold wave continue to increase. Outside the giant temperature isolated window point, a female meteorologist is desperate and pessimistic. We are on the edge of a cold wave. The arc is frozen and unable to escape. The temperature is now -89 degrees. Once the cold wave is covered, there may be no movement of ice, and the limit may reach 200 degrees. Click, click. Layers of hoarfrost covered the arc, and the signs of life began to slowly disappear. 1.10. The new Times Square local community defense station in the United States of the Roses. This is a huge underground defense center with a depressed area, but it has managed to live in thousands of people. In this special defense center, all major governors and congressmen live. They are all made in giants. Similar to the hall of an underground gymnasium, there is a giant screen projection on the high platform, and in front of them is a meteorological professor at a satellite live watching the cold wave. The first scene is that the glaciers of the north and the south are reduced to ice sculptures. The meteorological research of the north and the south stands tall in the wind and snow, but that has already formed the largest ice sculpture. Layers of cold wave groups are still coming at the speed of the airflow, and then arriving at the Eagle Country. Boom. The 3 cities turned silvery white in an instant. The windows began to shatter, and one of the most famous leaning towers in the west turned silver. From this moment on, there will be no more viable resources for human beings on the surface of the earth. All trees, all crops, and animals are all frozen. Meteorology Professor Odyssey's voice trembled and said, they don't need to mention the east, because the whole surface will disappear. Everyone, the Oriental government has launched a satellite TV live broadcast, and they broadcast it in real time, just like the previous disaster relief. Rodis said, switching the screen again. This is the official live broadcast of the Oriental CC. There is no narration, only the sense of the shot. At this moment, the satellite maintains the final signal. All the United States of Roses and all the West have begun to click on the live broadcast of the disaster in the East. Title. At this moment, the Ice Age is coming. The first scene was Yanjing starting at 1 o'clock in the morning, and Yanjing's teams arrived one by one. The leaders of these teams were all holding flags and reporting loudly in cotton padded clothes. Report. The National Defense Nuclear Bombing Research Institute is all in place. Please give instructions. Report. All the professors of the National Academy of Engineering are in place. Please give instructions. Report. All team leaders of the Supernatural Special Research Institute are in place. Please give instructions. Report. The airship and fuel air bomb team are in place. Please give instructions. A long line of nearly 200 people stood in front of them. A young man standing in front of them, standing in a black military uniform. A young man with an indifferent expression. The young man stood upright and saluted. All go to the first battlefield, to bear the national disaster together. Receive. Boom. The train car opened, and each team quickly boarded the train with their technology and equipment. The last scene was that the young man looked at the screen and saluted in awe. At the same time, his identity was beaten out on the live broadcast. Group leader of the Supernatural Special Research Institute, Chief Engineer of Snow Country Train, Chief Engineer of Wind and Snow City, Chief Engineer of Industrial Corridor, Chief Manager of Ecological Park, Chief of Era Contest, Headquarters, Ying Ziyue. Not only Ying Ziyue's, but also the names of all the teams, their hometowns all appeared in detail, because they went to life and death. So now they must be remembered by the world. Salute and turn around. Ying Ziyue got on the train, and Ziyue Yan bowed in the last scene. The first scene of the live broadcast goes to the battlefield and ends under the barrage. There are hundreds of millions of people in the east. Chenjiangai, I love them, and I love these people until I die. Their names will be recorded in the epic. Even after hundreds of years, people will remember them, especially the team leader Ying Ziyue. Believe that there are evil geniuses in the east, and they are out now. Sunji, bow for the hero. located in the underground defense station community of Chinatown in the United States of Roses. Many international students are looking at the projection screen in the underground lobby space. In front of the crowd, an old overseas student smiled bitterly. The North and South Glacier countries have been destroyed, and only the East is left on the surface. They don't seem to have thought of avoiding it. Never thought that their team will set off from Yanjing, carrying a lot of preparations. Go to the first battlefield, but it will fail. The Eagle Nation has now frozen 7 light bunkers, and the North and South Glacier arc is frozen. We can barely escape by hiding in the underground defenses after being super thick, let alone the East. Said with a wry smile. The picture has changed, the old foreign student said. At this moment, the picture turned into a galloping train. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by the roaring sound, the lighthouse of Yanjing railway station opened, bright, shining the majestic snow-capped mountains in front of the city. Then the mechanical computer recorded that the crisp electronic tube was beating in the snowstorm, and the heavy machinery showed a terrifying cold resistance, and then layers of checkpoints opened. The train slowly moved, and the heavy machinery robot began to check the kinetic energy and the train track. Click. The computer and the difference engine are calculated. The train is galloping, and the time and temperature are displayed on the live screen. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the temperature is minus 70 degrees, and it is increasing by 0.5 degrees every hour. Buzzing. Buzzing. The orbits roared, the wind and snow whimpered the sky, and a hoarfrost. All the evidence of human existence in the past is buried, and the violent wind and snow seem to devour everything and destroy everything. Boom. But the train is crashing everything. The 120 meters wide is directly like a building galloping. Those tens of meters of snowflakes are directly hit and flew away. The so-called direct crash at any time. The giant train is like a roaring dragon. It collided with everything under the dark night and extremely cold weather, and at the same time, brought a circle of temperature. At this moment, the whole world knows why it is called Snow Country Train. At 2:30, a 1.5 hour gallop arrived in Guangzhou, and then a series of checkpoints opened. After arriving at the train station, the picture becomes the most stunning aerial panorama, because here is Guangzhou. Here is the last battlefield. In front of the train station, the minister of Guangzhou, the high-level officials of Guangzhou, and the high-level military area all stood straight. The carriage opened. A group of people saluted. Ying Ziyue replied, and then followed by a group of people. The large group walked up the northern city wall. At this moment, over the city of Guangzhou, hundreds of airships are flying slowly. Sky blue airships, red-hot blast furnaces, dense cobwebs of steam pipes, giant Ferris wheel wind turbines. And all people are now gathering above the city walls. This scene makes the city look like it has truly reached the age of medieval machinery. The fusion of steam and technology confronts magic and the hardcore power of the new era. The artificial sun stands high above the city wall, exuding a dreamlike luster. Layers of solar panels in front of the city wall have entered disaster preparedness. Fuel air bombs are ready to be launched from the city wall at any time. And large quantities of seaweed make the city full of oxygen and comfortable. In short, in the picture, a magical and enchanting, a naked team of steam and mechanical confrontation appeared in front of everyone. Western people are most obsessed with this era. When they saw it, their barrage was crazy and dense. Coon, machinery, and steam, equipped with airships, and the ultimate texture of industrial machinery. The government of the East is really defending on the city wall. They are just crazy. I love their city and their spirit, but this duel is too difficult. Whoolo, the confrontation is finally about to begin. Part of the light bunker in the Eagle Nation has been frozen. And from now on, this snowy city above the surface will become an ocean of ice sculptures. The first battlefield, Guangzhou, is being commented on by all parties. Now the East has become the most popular and the center of the highest topic, because this is the last country, because this is the last surface confrontation. The continuous whistling sound became louder. At 2:40, the north wall of Guangzhou is ancient. There are rows of fuel air bombs. There are not many such bombs, because they consume oxygen to the extreme. They only relieve a block during the extreme cold wave. The solar panels, the artificial sun, and the seabed are really going to explode. Volcano Point standing on the northern city wall. Ying Ziyue and Old Man Number 1 stood side by side. The two didn't say much, they all smiled at each other, and then looked in front of them. Point clatter taking out a cigar. Ying Ziyue lighted the cigar unhurriedly. Point in his previous life, he lit his cigar, and went to death neatly. Point now, he lit his cigar, and the whole country is fighting against it. The cold wind roared, he wore a black military uniform, and the old man wore a black tank suit. The two stood in the forefront, the sound of the wind, the sound of airships, and the sound of the dramatic changes in the temperature in front of him. Behind them, Xiao Guofeng went with his back and quickly reported. Ying Group, boss, now the north and south glaciers, all the glaciers of the Arctic Ocean, individual bunkers in the Eagle Country are frozen. The next step is the United States of Roses, then the Kawasaki Country, and finally it is now 2:40. At the next 3 o'clock we will experience the first wave of sharp temperature drops. At 10 o'clock we will experience the second wave of real cold waves, and then the cold wave will come. Xiao Guofeng reported with a solemn expression. This is the trend of the weather. The arrival of the cold wave will sweep the world step by step, and will freeze the world step by step. Call. Breathing out smoke. The smoke was lingering, and Ying Ziyue had a cold color on the corner of her mouth. What about the rest of the preparations? The next use of incendiary bombs will cause the oxygen line to drop. We tested the oxygen concentration value. Guangcheng was equipped with seaweed before, which can ensure that the oxygen concentration is normal in the future. Now the major remotely controlled warships have arrived in the submarine volcano area of the eastern coast. The explosion area has been calculated. The number of warships is as high as 500. In the following, all the warships can be detonated, causing all the eastern coastal volcanoes to erupt. The artificial sun is finally tested. The temperature of 50 million yuan can last for 98 seconds, and the hot temperature will instantly freeze a part of the cold wave. After the city wall was completed, solar panels were stored in the previous half a month, and it will be shown at the limit of -2 Beidou. Next, please give instructions. Xiao Guofeng salutes and goes straight. Every step of the big country has been doing it silently before, and they have done it to perfection. Now it can be called amazing and shocking, because the arrangement of each step has reached the limit, and under these arrangements is the strength of the whole people. All the icebreakers gathered in front of the northern city of Guangcheng. There are still 15 minutes. It is estimated that the sub-zero temperature will be 100 degrees below zero. Now the flood will be frozen. Let the icebreaker clear the way. Put down the cigar and throw it down the city wall. During the fall, the cigar quickly stagnated and turned into ice cubes. Xiao Guofeng clasped his fists and withdrew to set up the task urgently. The next step is -1 Beidou. The cold wave continues to approach 150 degrees. The edge of the cold wave is 180 degrees. The half core of the cold wave is 2 degrees, and the cold wave covers more than 2 degrees without movement. 5 major processes, 5 major arrangements in the east. Complete and stunning. At 2:50, the official direct broadcast room of the East. At this moment the Ice Age is coming. A new scene appeared. The first scene was the eastern coastal waters. The warships carrying a large amount of explosives slowly came to a halt, seeming to be waiting for something. This is an extremely spectacular scene, as warships gather in all the sea areas in the east. Then the picture shrinks. The picture continues to shrink, continue to shrink, boom. In front of Guangcheng, hundreds of fully enclosed icebreakers stood tall, floating on the surface of the slowly freezing sea. It's 2:50. The icebreakers gathered in a row, blocking the front of the city, and above the city wall. Almost everyone could feel the extreme temperature drop. The thermometer continues to change. 80 degrees below zero. Beidou below 0. Before Guangcheng, those miraculous scenes appeared. I saw ice crystals began to spread in the water droplets, and then spread across the entire body of water, and then started from the inside of the water droplets, and began to freeze. So the surging floods in Guangcheng calmed down. A silver rachel appeared. The ice condensed, and then visible to the naked eye, the floods began to be frozen one after another. Just before the icebreaker was about to collide, the nuclear-powered icebreaker moved. Boom. Hundreds of giant icebreakers seemed to be tearing everything apart, crashing into the cold wave ice ahead in terror. This scene only represents the determination of the East towards zero confrontation. Above the city wall, Ying Ziyue squeezed her hands tightly, and everyone watched the epic collision in front of her. Xiao Guofeng let out a long sigh. He thought of Ying Ziyue's words before the blizzard point, welcome to the age of blizzard. So now, Xiao Guofeng stretched out his hands, feeling the extreme depression of the cold wave. His voice was calm. Now, welcome to the Great Ice Age. Chapter 111. 3 o'clock in the morning on the first point in the long history of 5,000 years, human beings described disasters more as avoidance and rescue. Before the catastrophe, there had never been a real form of national confrontation on this planet point, but now there is it. 3 o'clock at midnight, the storm is howling. Beidou below 0 point in front of the northern city of Guangcheng. Those torrential floods stopped. The water ball was spinning and stagnating. The ice crystals began to condense, and then began to freeze, and then pieces of the sea were frozen. Boom. A total of 109 silver fully enclosed icebreakers like silver submarines rushed towards those ice layers. Boom, the sound of ice cracking, the sound of icebreaker being covered with frost. Almost in a few seconds, an icebreaker was covered with a layer of ice sculptures, but with the roar of nuclear power, the ice sculptures shattered. This is still only 100 degrees below zero, and this is just the edge of the cold wave. The center of the cold wave is now located in the Atlantic Ocean, but the depressive extreme cold before two continents is already desperate. Boom. The continuous icebreaker hit and shattered, and pieces of giant glaciers shattered. The live broadcast in front of me was shooting a shocking scene. Many foreign students in the West stared at the icebreaker in a daze. Only now do they know what the role of the eastern icebreaker is in order to shuttle through this kind of ice. Above the northern city, Ying Ziyue stands tall, with a biting cold wind. This is the city wall that most directly faces the frost. Now the city wall is silver, covered with layers of ice. If the temperature barrier is not very strong, then this city wall extends from the inside to the outside. Meeting was frozen instantly. The icebreaker assembles formation. Stop in front of Guangcheng. The warmth of the hot blast furnace in the city has increased. Ferris wheel wind engine is enlarged. Open the whole city for warmth. Ying Ziyue spoke. He was standing in the middle. The old man was standing next to him. Guangcheng Minister Ma Ruben was also standing on the right. Behind him stood Xiao Guofeng and his party. They stood on their feet, with amazing aura and sharp tolerance. Receive. Xiao Guofeng and Ma Ruben nodded, and then the two arranged, one inside the city and the other outside, and Ying Ziyue was now the commander-in-chief. The official military reporter was filming Ying Ziyue's style. There was no line, but his clear and loud voice resounded through the live broadcast room. I saw that with Ying Ziyue's order, the icebreakers in front of the city gate began to gather one after another, and then began to line up in a row. The icebreakers were bright silver, exuding sharp air, stunning and perfect. Each nuclear-powered icebreaker above, the red battle flag flies and flies, and it is written Yan Huang. As for the inside of the city, the roaring mechanical sound continued to roar, and the ear-splitting mechanical running sound resounded. I saw the back city area. The 50-meter high scorching blast furnace towered deep into the clouds. The extreme heat was steaming, and the layers of snow dripped into water. Boom. Now the heat of the scorching blast furnace has increased. The flames of the surging burning have increased, and the temperature has also increased to the extreme. The sound of gas roaring from the steam pipe. This is the extreme high temperature of steam roaring. The roaring sound began to warm the whole city, and at the same time bursts of hot steam began to rise, and the hot air of the whole city rose. Boom boom boom. A more roaring sound. This is in the center of the city. The giant Ferris wheel style wind generator also emits a deafening high-speed roar. The roaring roar resounding over the kilometer-high sky. The blades began to rotate. The ones that originally rose, the hot air was driven by the blades to sink again, and the cold air began to rise, which is like a natural circulation, keeping the city still warm and pleasant. As for the outside of the city, the roaring wind and the roaring cold wind have nothing to do with these warm inner cities. At this moment, Ying Ziyue gave the order of this scene, and the whole city danced and assembled, and finally presented perfectly. The live broadcast of this scene alone made the people in the east unable to help But burst point, it is almost a perfect work system process, equipped with major trump cards, and a hotline is perfect. Xinzi, I saw the leader of the Special Research Institute Ying. I seemed to see the ancient generals, alone in the forefront of this battlefield, holding a long sword, and then all the soldiers began to go. The scene is simply too amazing. Zhao Changjiang. Nothing else. I'm a super fan of the team leader of Special Research Ying. This man is simply a monster. Perfect arrangement of projects one by one. At this moment, the whole people resist the cold wave point. The whole people are in charge. In the living room on the 8th floor of Yangjing Yuxi Community Point, Ying mother, Ying father stared at the live broadcast blankly, then in a daze, and then dumbfounded point in the screen. Ying Ziyue is no longer introverted, honest and cute, but rather energetic, arrogant, and calm, standing there like an iron gun. Ziyue is the leader of the special research team. Ying Mu said blankly point, the leader of the special research team. What does this represent? Trains, giant cities, closed doors and closed countries, the top decision-making people of the new agricultural industry. And it is officially called the guardian of the great country. No wonder you asked me before. Can a big country complete its retreat in 8 months? And the agricultural industry system is heading Ying Mu is very complicated. Ying's father is even more complicated. He doesn't know what he is going to say, but his face is dark. After all, he told his son a lot of so-called engineering information before, but the project initiator turned out to be his own child. The two smiled at each other, then smiled bitterly, then burst into laughter, and finally laughed proudly. On the 1st, the global ground temperature was close to 100 degrees below zero, and the night was dark and long. The highest floor of the east was sitting in Guangzhou, and the icebreaker made its debut on October 2nd, 2010, at 10 o'clock in the morning. It was not too far to usher in the dawn this time, but the extreme snowy night, because the sun was dense and the galaxies obstructed the direction, except for the equatorial countries at 10 o'clock, the northern and southern hemispheres were in gray and dark sky. Status, but the outside of the city is full of snow, just like the land of the day. The underground of the United States of Roses, the Marzai community, is second only to the existence of the underground defense station of New Times Square. It belongs to the underground defense station community of Double Bunker Defense. The total population is 10,000 and the area is huge, but the construction is rough and there is no beauty point at the moment in front of the underground plaza. Western satellites are shining on the continent above them. I community leader, Dr. Entis spoke up. On the second day of the glacier, the cold wave has already swept across the northern and southern hemispheres. The Eagle Nation paid the price of 17 bunkers with a population of 100,000 to be able to avoid disasters. Now the cold wave has just arrived in the state of Mars in the United States of Roses. Dr. Entis spoke, and as his voice sounded, a satellite image appeared. I saw it in the small town of Jilinzi Volcano, Mars State. This is a small tourist town with a lot of volcanoes and looks magnificent, but at the moment this small town is full of white snow. Along with geological reasons, a burst of volcanic ash erupted. The bursting sound began to roar, and then the volcanic ash boiled, and under everyone's horrified eyes, a volcano erupted in the cold wave. The L3 grade Greens volcano, a blizzard whizzing in the satellite, saw the ground shaking, and then the town showed a fish-like eruption. I saw a scene of horror, and the magma began to overflow the surface along the long narrow line of the ground. The magma is boiling, but hardly any time. When the cold wave hit this area, the boiling sound resounded. It seems that two natures are facing each other, but in only half an hour, a beautiful magma glacier appeared. In the underground community of Ike, the people almost watched the scene with fear. This is the Ice Age. Only the Ice Age can freeze an L3 volcano. Driventis, where will the next cold wave be? A white teenager couldn't help but shiver in his voice. East, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, half of the Kawasaki country was frozen, and all above the surface was frozen, except for a few deep buried bunkers and the place where the cold wave group passed, freezing everything. Ocean, frost, blizzard. Pieces of disasters are all shattered and wiped out, and pieces of disasters all seem to be pierced. Mankind is witnessing Witnessing the despair in front of us, Dongfang satellite live broadcasting started again. This time the picture is only the same. The frozen ocean. This is the West Sea in the east. In the picture, the cold wave is coming from the periphery of Kawasaki country. I can see those who are still flowing in the ocean are being frozen one after another. Pieces of the ocean are frozen and extremely hard, and Guangqing is only a few minutes away from the cold wave. 100 kilometers away. The temperature in the weather live room, -145 degrees. What does it feel like when the global temperature limit is -70 degrees, -150 degrees or so? It is a piece of the sea that begins to show a dreamlike scene, begins to freeze like a horror, and begins to make the ice block amazingly reappear, and even began to turn an ocean into an ocean of a frozen kingdom. At this moment, within the barrage, most of the white people from the Ocean Eagle country of the western United States of Roses are making a barrage of horror. Ulo, welcome to the age of global ice. It has begun. The east will be the last stop. This is only the periphery of the cold wave, but the temperature outside the light cold wave has reached -150 degrees, not to mention when the cold wave is completely covered. Cools, east, the only one on the surface. They are going to be reduced to ice sculptures. At this moment, the Dongfang meteorological satellite continued to broadcast live, and the picture showed the cold wave freezing the West Sea, and then began to arrive in front of Guangqing. The first step is that the train circling the city is galloping at this moment. Boom 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 boom. Just like the roar of a giant dragon. There should not be such a terrifying and huge train in human history, going around the country, extremely huge, steaming, roaring constantly. A stalwart and huge train seems to pierce everything. In the cold wave gallop, the train tracks began to be covered with frost. The silver trains began to be covered with frost. Everything in the train was covered with frost. But the huge carriage and the terrifying nuclear drive are galloping under the attention of the world. The snow country train passed through the cold wave and continued to gallop. In the underground defense station of Rosyke, Dr. Entis was almost trembling looking at what could be called a horrible scene in front of him. Now he knows thoroughly how terrible the eastern train is. On the third, 12 o'clock in the morning. The cold wave swept across the third day. There was no sunset, no sunshine, and just the sky and the earth were gloomy, and everything seemed to wither. In front of the city wall of Guangqing, here are the most elite engineers in the east, the most elite soldiers, talents from major research departments, etc. In short, all the elite forces are gathered. In front of the North City, Ying Ziyue saw the disaster sweeping the west with his own eyes, and was about to arrive here in the end. Prepare. With a low growl, Ying Ziyue stood tall. Boom. The Legion began to erect fuel air bombs, airships, and aviation air cannons. At this moment, people across the country saw resistance for the first time. Boom. At 12:05, the depression of a cold wave made everyone in front of the city wall breathless. This is because the air is rapidly being reduced, the airflow becomes lower, and the originally fragmented glaciers are again condensed by ice crystals, and the blizzard like a sharp blade. All the waters are frozen 10 meters deep under the cover. The fearful icebound power is here. The overwhelming, violent cold wave covering the seas of the South China Sea hits. For the first time in human history, we have seen such an epic scene. This scene is the most amazing scene in the movie, but in front of the northern city wall, Ying Ziyue and others witnessed this scene. Prepare. Zhao Guofeng let out a roar. This scene belongs to the tragic and majesty of the people of the East, and it is also the first real contending in 5,000 years. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the fuel air bombs fired, hundreds of air bombs fired all at once, changing the colors of the world. Boom, boom. A large amount of air was stagnated, a sea of fire appeared, and the extreme heat and high temperature increased to the extreme. Emission. Zhao Guofeng continued to roar. At a height of several hundred meters, those giant fuel-filled airships burst, and flares of flames burned. Equipped with air bombs, the sky turned into a sea of flames. Emission. The last roar of the North City, above the city wall, those erected aero engine guns fired. This is air driven. After being compressed, it can achieve air vibration of the area. Boom, boom, boom. The air cannon vibrated, and the sea of flames became bigger again, covering a large area again, and flames burned in the sky. This is a triple confrontation. Burning air bombs, airships, and finally aviation air cannons were fired for the last time, directly turning this cold wave in front of the North City into a sea of flames in the sky stretching for thousands of meters. Ragiously ignite everything. The sky's red point on the city wall. Ying Ziyue stopped. He was exhaling slightly, which was a manifestation of the highly compressed air boom boom boom. But as the wind turbine rotates, as the scorching blast furnace steam is diffusely released, the seaweed in the city decomposes again, and the city begins to emit excessive concentrations of oxygen again. The temperature in the city is increasing at its limit, and the flames of the hot blast furnace can almost illuminate the city. As a result, the hot air continue to rise. Under this alternate confrontation of cold and heat, humans could see the miracle of nature, that is, layers of frost began to spread over the city, but then the rush of heat began to disintegrate. Ying Group, at the center of the cold wave, an L3 volcano in the United States of Roses erupted 800 times during the cold wave, and then it froze during the cold wave. For the first time, it was estimated to be more than 200 degrees below zero. At present, the center of the cold wave is in Kawasaki. The edge of the cold wave can now be resisted. At 12:30, the cold wave is moving fast. It is estimated that the center of the cold wave will reach Guangqing within 2 days. The last battle of the Ice Age cold wave is coming. Zhao Guofeng looked solemn. Now that he said this, he is completely solemn. The previous icebreaker confrontation, fuel air bombs, airships, and aviation guns are the first steps, mainly to dispel the periphery of the cold wave. Real. The truly desperate cold wave center, there will be more than -2 Beidou. No human technology can stop it. Call. Above the northern city, Ying Ziyue leaned back on the artificial sun. He sighed for a long time. On the wall, he could feel -60 degrees. With a sigh of breath, he could feel the ice strands beginning to shatter, and shatter. Ready to start the final, concentrated solar energy, artificial sun, volcanic eruption. Ying Ziyue speaks. Receive. At 12:30, the Oriental Live video point. The giant man-made sun covering visor on the northern city wall opened, and the man-made solar device appeared naked in front of the world for the first time. Then on the 4 city walls, all the concentrated solar energy was slightly activated, and at the same time a faint white photoelectric appeared, which was a sign before the activation. As for the eastern coastal waters, those warships were frozen over the seas of major submarine volcanoes, and the bombs began to count down. For the first time, Dongfang thoroughly broadcasted its cold-resistant trump cards. At the underground defense station of Chinatown of the United States of Roses, Zhao He, an old overseas student, almost stared blankly. He looked at the scene before him tremblingly. Concentrating solar energy covers the 4 walls. The walls of the Oriental New City are all attached with this type of concentrating energy panels. Once it is turned on, the old foreign student Zhao He was completely stunned. He couldn't imagine that the entire East, the hundreds of cities with thousands of cities, once these city walls concentrating solar panels light up, that scene will be the most shocking scene of mankind in the cold wave. The artificial sun is eternal. Next to Zhao He, a white man with dyed red hair smiled bitterly. His fingers trembled. He was a mixed race, named Yalei. The artificial sun has a known light-up temperature of 50 million degrees Celsius. It lasts for 100 seconds to light up in the cold wave. Humans all over the world should see this extreme outward light. In -200 degrees, humans will see one. The sun smashes all frost. Yalei was trembling with infatuation, and he loved those mankind's greatest horror projects. But then in the live broadcast, when the frozen warships along the eastern coast appeared, the two smiled bitterly at each other. Of artificial suns and concentrated solar energy are the ultimate technology of mankind. Then there will be the most brutal madness in the east. They detonated the warships, and then caused the submarine volcanoes in the east and west seas to erupt. When a piece of submarine volcanoes erupt, that huge sea area will boil, extremely high temperature, extreme boiling, and then collide with the cold wave group. This scene belongs to the collision with the help of nature. It turns out that in the extreme cold wave, concentrated solar energy, artificial sun, and stretched volcanoes under the sea are the last trump cards in the east. The only country standing above the surface may change the history of human disasters this time. Zhao He looked at it. With this depressed underground defense station, the voice trembled and screamed. Chapter 112. On the 3rd, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There is no light above the surface, and the cold wave covers everything. There is a vast expanse of whiteness above the surface, and the cold wave is slowly moving across the island of Kawasaki. This is only a small part of the cold wave, and a larger air mass is freezing the deep sea and the ocean. An aerobic intensification appeared, so groups of fish either turned white belly in groups, or fled to the northern hemisphere coastline with all their strength. As for the surface, the trail of the cold wave is like a straight line, like the earth is cleaning obstacles, cleaning everything. The southern glacier has become the most beautiful ice sculpture, and human beings should always remember that all of the southern glacier done of Meteorological Bureau died and turned into ice sculptures in the North Glacier. Multiple arcs were frozen, and the traces of life gradually disappeared. At the last moment of freezing, the humanity Malay began. Eagle Nation encountered a cold wave. Many of their bunkers on the ground were covered with frost. Some were reduced to ice sculptures, and some barely escaped the cold wave, but the deadly breath of -100 degrees outside could not go out at all. The volcanic magma of the United States of Roses freezes, and the big country becomes a land of wind and snow. Kawasaki is working hard to become an Iceland. This is from God's perspective. Those who have become ice sculptures are witnessing the direction of Earth becoming ice hockey. Hoo-hoo. The cold wind screamed and resounded like bones. The world is dark, and the darkness is deep into the bones. The last scene is a cold wave covering the West Sea, the Kawasaki Ocean, the Indian Ocean, and the Pacific Ocean. The cold wave covering nearly tens of millions of square kilometers has begun to slowly travel to the subtropical continent. Everything that the cold wave passed by was frozen. The flowing ocean was frozen. Fish schools were frozen, and warships were frozen. This scene is being completely projected in the basement of the New Era Congressman in the state of Mars in the United States of Roses, covering the northern and southern hemispheres. As many as 27 countries, above the surface, roads, and forests were all destroyed. The underground defense station of Guangqing in the New Era has a very high level of defense. Here are all major governors, and even high-level foreigners. In this fully enclosed intelligent underground station, the temperature is normal, the airflow is normal, and it is extremely comfortable. At the moment in the conference room, not only the cold wave is heading, the artificial sun in the East Solar City walls, and submarine volcanoes all appear in the underground National Security Bureau conference room. Clatter Minister Roddy was tapping his arm, and he spoke in a complex voice. The next thing on the surface will freeze everything. It will be a blizzard that lasts for 10 years, and 100 degrees or more, followed by a cold weather that lasts for thousands of years, and the crops and human industry will be completely shattered. Now on the surface, except for the east, there is no more human breath on the surface of other countries, so Dongfang is eligible for an invitation. After Roddy spoke, he looked solemn, and then solemnly took out a folder with SSSSS project printed on it. The folder title is Human Tinder Project. Human fire in the United States of the Roses is as large as the content. The Ice Age lasts for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. The continent will be completely covered by glaciers. Humans will no longer see the breath of agriculture and industry. Therefore, the United States of the Roses will be the leader before the disaster. The world secretly issued the Human Tinder program. We have stocked plant genes and animal genes in outer space. We invite the world's most powerful countries to join the Human Tinder program. The plan is divided into two. No. 1. Dungeon plan of the United States of Roses to build huge dungeons, open agriculture, industry, and technology in the dungeons. From then on, humans have entered the underground civilization to avoid extreme cold disasters on the surface. No. 2. Space immigration plan. Planting space seaweed isolation areas in Mars and other galaxies. Trying to build space stations. Emigrating elite humans. And completing the 1 million immigration plan with the goal of 50 years. Call point after flipping through the Folder, Roddy side. Human Tinder plan currently only participates in the 3 countries of Eagle Country, Tsar, and Kawasaki Country, and the number of places is extremely rare. Invite Dongfang to join the Human Tinder project, Roddy spoke, and in the conference room, other members of parliament voted for it one after another. This is a top secret satellite transmission. After less than 15, the FBL Satellite Department Information Officer reported urgently, Mr. Minister, Dongfang's replies, we will not retreat, and we will not retreat until we die. A simple reply, with a cool color just on the bones, an extremely firm cool color. Sheet. Vice Minister Thomas's face was pale. The East probably doesn't know what will happen next. After a month of cold waves, the Earth will continue to be close to 100 degrees below zero. The surface temperature of the Earth will make people desperate. Everything on the surface will be frozen, and it will last for thousands of years, or even 10,000 years, unless a planetary engine is developed to escape the dense galaxy. Otherwise the surface will be a forbidden zone for mankind for millions of years. The East really thought it would be safe after the cold wave. After the cold wave, they will know how desperate the Ice Age is. Thomas's face was pale, and after he finished speaking, Minister Roddy, who had not spoken, frowned. Quiet, now open the official disaster live broadcast of the East. Roddy said, point as the satellite signal starts to connect, new pictures appear. Before the cold wave is about to come, there is no depression in the live broadcast room of the East. The point of the picture is Guangcheng, and soldiers are sitting on the wall of the city. Workers are continuing to lay pipeline protection devices in the city, and trucks are transporting them, with roaring roars of machinery. There is a lot of cargo transportation. It seems that Guangcheng is fighting for the next final cold wave decisive battle. Military vehicles were on their way, and the singing was flying. Army in the army, steel in steel, we are the passionate sons of the motherland. The sharp knife is pulled out of the sheath, and the nuclear crack is not hesitating. We must resist the glory of disaster. Boom boom boom. Military vehicles roared, and temperature insulation panels were being transported. Guangcheng was carrying out the thickening project before the disaster. The industrial corridor showed a horrible scene. Trucks of twin steel plates appeared, and protective stickers were installed on the major steam pipes in the infield. At the same time, the airship continued to fly. This time it was an ordinary weather airship, just to record weather data. The trucks roared, and soldiers from army trucks to carts headed forward, and each steam pipe was quickly pasted with protective insulation panels in front of the city wall. The nuclear-powered icebreaker began to retreat, leaving only this majestic giant standing in the snowstorm. The giant city is facing the blizzard, and is laying the final battle. There is no rush, no chaos. Every campus student is queuing and starting to evacuate home. The number of workers in the hot blast furnace began to increase, and the wind turbines began to grow larger as the crowd began to change color. Residential buildings closed their doors and closed their windows. The propeller of the wind turbine started to increase the heat, and the flames of the hot blast furnace turned red. The city walls were full of soldiers wearing cold resistant suits. Teams of corps were standing and waiting. The nuclear fission team stood on the artificial solar device and performed the final commissioning. The solar panel lights up faintly, which is the startup work after energy storage. In the final scene, the city should be surrounded by a cloud of cold silver fog, and the hazy luster of the fog gleamed, making the city even more dreamy, more like a giant city made of steel bars and huge iron. Boom boom boom. The train is circling, shuffled in the cold wave of ice and snow, without any stop. At the end of this scene, in the live broadcast room, not only the people from the East were comfortably watching, but the people from the West were also enthusiastically sending out barrage. Brutal. I'm an Indian. Probably no one thought of it. All thought of the eastern chaos above the surface, but they didn't. They united. They worked hard. They started to put everything in order. They can be called elegant. No rush or slow to deal with the next cold wave of -2 Beidou. Now I am in the East. There is a kind of crazy spirit in the East. They prefer waves of moths to the fire, rather than choose to hide. Wernzog, the city of machinery, the style of hardcore, the artificial sun. Let me see that this city is technology is the ultimate goal. What era will be next? If the war in the East survives, then the next ice age will be what happens. Things that humans can never imagine may happen. The underground defense station of the United States of Roses. The meeting room of the National Security Bureau. Minister Roddy and Deputy Minister Thomas looked complicated, then paled a bit. So, everything the East has prepared, as well as the Xihai warehouse and the Northern Ecological Park, that have not been announced, they have established the most mature system on the ground before the disaster, so they want. Thomas's voice came to a halt. They didn't think about leaving. Even the East during the Ice Age did not think about leaving. They wanted to stay on their continent, stay on the surface to protect, and even embellish that continent. They made the worst choice in history. Next, we may be in outer space, or underground, and the East will experience a never-ending ice age on the ground. Minister Roddy's voice stopped, and finally drifted away. Fade point, because from now on, the layout of the three major powers has changed. Glacier Chronicles. On the third day of the ice cold wave, the East rejected the Western Human Fire Project. From then on, the world has moved in three directions. The Western space viable planet, the Western dungeons, and the Eastern infrastructure continents. Since then, the Glacier Chronicles have entered the unknown. Human beings once again slowly opened up a new direction of space. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it was pitch dark point. In other words, from the 1st to the 3rd, Hancheo Leilin, the northern and southern hemispheres are all in dark weather, but the lighthouse is shining with white snow, so it is in grey weather outside. The city has reached -160 degrees. This kind of temperature people will lose consciousness in 1 minute when going out, and then feel the despair brought about by the passing of life under the low temperature. In the Guangqing Industrial Corridor, Ying Ziyue was pacing, while looking at each factory. Starting from the steel mill, each factory was speeding up the transportation of materials, and began to strengthen the temperature of the city for the final battle. Behind Ying Ziyue, Guangcheng Minister Ma Rubin reported, Leader Ying, the West has proposed an invitation for aliens from outer space and human fire in dungeons, but the boss has already rejected it. In your voice, we will not retreat, nor will we retreat when we die. Ma Rubin took out the contents of the mailbox. Ying Ziyue smiled. This old man still fulfilled his promise under the cold wave, just like before. Just like he once fought against Yanjing in blood, and didn't take a step back. We will not retreat. We will not retreat if we die. Call. Ying Ziyue exhaled long. He pointed to the industrial corridor in front of him, and the ecological, money, paradise in the north. We want to build this continent during the Ice Age. Maybe in a few decades, those white people in outer space or underground cities will see the subtropical continent, and then this continent will appear. Ying Ziyue smiled and paced and stopped. He didn't continue to say but kept walking. Let this continent show the glacial Cambrian life eruption. Show the eruption of various species. Study sustainable energy. Let this continent once again restore the power of Yan Huang. Let the continent erupt in the era of the strongest species outbreak in the history. Let this planet the banners full of flames and yellows, swaying in the cold wind. Let the outer space and the foreigners in the dungeons know how the East promotes the first-class civilization. They will see the birth of a perfect planet. Minister Ma Rubin said in a hot voice. The more he knew Ying Ziyue, the more he knew how crazy this youth project was. So he said what Ying Ziyue thought, what all the people in the East thought. The long dark night is coming, and the last cold eye is coming, and the industrial corridors are getting busier. 4th, West China Sea, Sanyo, India. The Pacific Ocean is frozen. At 10 o'clock in the morning on the 5th, in the central city of Guangcheng, the official horn sounded in a cold wind. At present, my country's meteorological bureau has detected that the cold wave I is about to come in 1 hour. All the people in Guangcheng are requested to hide at home, close doors and windows, do a good job of preventing the cold, do a good job of food storage, and it is strictly forbidden to go out. Regulations starting from Guangcheng. Every city's radio, television, and community speakers sounded one after another. There is only one last word left in the minds of Eastern people. The final battle, cold tide center coming. Chapter 113. On the 5th day of the cold wave, 10 o'clock in the morning, snow adorns the mainland, and city lights flicker. This has become the brightest color in the city. In major cities, Communities began to close, and residential buildings closed. The broadcast in the city resounded loudly, and the whole country was witnessing with their own eyes that each city entered a state of combat readiness, and major military regions began to move into military regions in front of the northern city wall. Ying Ziyue witnessed the operation of the machines of the great powers. While drawing pictures before the cold wave came, holding a brush in hand, he is drawing an elegant and elegant map of the subtropical continent. Next to him is an artificial solar device, and there are rows of stretches of city walls beside him. At the beginning of the painting, the background of the painting was the giant cities in the east. After standing still, Ying Ziyue took out his pen and ink and painted before the cold wave. The first act is the mainland covered by wind and snow, the second act is a train galloping, and the third act is an eco-park. Industrial corridors appear one after another. The fourth act is followed by the extinction of everything on the surface. Crops and the ocean are all close to extinction. One wave of the west went to outer space, and another wave continued to open up dungeons. But after the ice age, the plates collided, so some continental plates were submerged, and the remaining continental plates were piled up with a layer of ice 100 meters high. Scenes and scenes. The historical trend is amazing and amazing. The old man and Ziyue were watching from behind, as if they were witnessing the history of a planet that stretched for millions of years. Obviously, the next will mean a 1,000-year ice age. In the subsequent ice age, there will be plate collisions, and the edges of individual continents will split into pieces of islands. Clatter. After the first drawing was completed, the blizzard in the sky began to increase. At the same time, the howling wind began to increase. This was a hot and howling wind, violently howling, which was a sign of the hurricane. Before the arrival of the cold wave, the first wave will experience a hurricane. The hurricane will trigger a cold wave, and then a cold front area appears in the eye of the cold wave. In this area, it will reach more than -200 degrees, so now the sky is 800 blizzards, and then it melts into steam in the city, and the storm in front of the city is roaring and rustling. Staring before the hurricane, staring at the wind and snow, Ying Ziyue continued to paint. He continued to add steps, and some people in the west chose outer space and underground cities at the same time. The eco-park is open, the industrial corridor opens, give up the coastal area, promote glacier life species, build countless giant ships, close to the oxygen-rich northern coastline. So on the Yanhuan continent, seaweeds were planted on icebergs, the sky was still roaring, and mixed with snowflakes, and the earth roared like a thunderbolt. On this continent, the snow country train is still galloping. The southern icebreaker appears, and the giant fishing boat in the North Sea appears to fight the collision of the next ice age in the 1,000-year-old glacier. The cold wind was even stronger, because in half an hour, Ying Ziyue put down the pen and ink in her hand and finished drawing. Is this our final? Ziyue wailed. He didn't really feel it until now. This is the ultimate goal of the East. The ecological paradise and the industrial corridor are all perfect layouts after the disaster. So next, some extinct creatures may reappear on this continent. Those dinosaurs, those Cambrian life may be reborn, and industry can study new energy sources, and eventually planetary engines. Ziyue couldn't help being obsessed with Dao. After all, he saw a great prologue slowly opened, especially when the prologue was right in front of him. As a participant, this would be the most trembling thing. Start step by step. Tracks, train stations, snow country trains, giant cities, wind turbines, blast furnaces, artificial suns, etc. are used to fight the extreme cold wave of the glacier afterwards. The agricultural ecological paradise, the industrial corridor, and the Bihei warehouse were used to rebuild the continent. The scene by scene layout is perfect to the extreme. Ziyue was excited because he personally participated in this kind of continental level planning. Clatter with the sound of the writing brush being put down. Ying Ziyue looked ahead, and the breath before the hurricane was approaching. Ziyue salutes. Ying group, all set up. At present, nearly 500 warships of our army can be detonated at the same time under the volcanoes in multiple frozen seas. The professor of marine geology has calculated that, if they are detonated, half of the ocean will boil, and a piece of the ocean will boil. The extreme hot air current there will be a cold wave. The artificial solar storage device is activated, and the eye of the cold wave opens immediately. The solar panels are set up. How long is there? Ying Ziyue frowned. 25 minutes. Zhao Guofeng said, then let the volcano erupt, the ocean boil, the artificial sun boil, and let's have the biggest confrontation in human history. Standing upright solemnly, Ying Ziyue spoke, this preparation is the greatest battle in the East against natural disasters. Unprecedented. Receive. At this moment, the entire East closed the giant city, except for military personnel, fully prepared for war, the underground defense station of Chinatown. In the United States of Roses in the underground gymnasium, the lights are dazzling. Now more and more foreign students come to watch the satellite video of the cold wave. Almost half of this underground defense station is mixed blood and half is foreign students. This underground defense station covers an area of more than 4,000 square meters, a huge area, with a total of more than 400 Asians. Now they are all in the underground gymnasium, watching the official satellite video released by the National Security Institute. Rocco is a professor of astronomy, pointing to the screen to explain, you guys on the surface of the cold wave group have already left Kawasaki, and now they are moving towards the east. Professor Rocco finished, and then the weather screen opened. In the picture, everyone was suffocating the case. I saw that this is the Pacific Ocean, Indo-Sanio, Kawasaki Ocean, West Sea, and Liaohe. In short, are these 5 giant sea areas? Above these 5 giant sea areas, those azure blue, the sea was gone, and I saw a giant silver cold wave group moving over the 5 oceans, covering the 5 oceans, and the cold wave was a huge area. Boom, boom. When the cold wave covers the 5 sea areas, the azure water is like roaring, freezing all this directly. All traces of the existence of life species are being frozen. Click. Click. Almost meteorological satellites have captured the icy crackling sound, and the chilling sound makes people tremble in despair. Completely changed. The first scene is India Sanio. The sea is no longer flowing, and ice layers with a height of several tens of meters appear. Then Kawasaki Ocean, Dapping Ocean, Liaohe, and finally the South China Sea. Finally, the satellite images have made a big summary. This is the image of the 5 seas completely becoming a glacier. Human beings are almost trembling under this glacier, and trembling desperately under this icy cold. In the end, those eastern warships staying in the sea froze, and turned into silver white ice sculptures. Abandoned warships are freezing. God. The mixed race Professor Rocco was trembling all over. Even though he was staying underground now, the feeling of extreme depression and despair came upon his face. As if human beings had witnessed this desperate atmosphere for the first time. 2 Beidou below zero. Rocco's trembling voice has never seen extreme temperatures in the history of humankind. Or it is not just extreme temperatures, but the most desperate temperatures ever. Don't we have a simulation team? Let's simulate how the eastern city is facing this kind of cold wave. Another international student said. Then the simulation started. First, the frost began to advance layer by layer, and then everything that went forward, all the cities, all the blast furnaces, and all the wind turbines were all frozen. Everything is frozen by ice. In the end, the model test was completed, and there is only one reason, and then the East will be completely reduced to a frozen land. You guys, the last live broadcast of Danfang has started. Rocco said. Everyone turned on the mobile phone. It was a satellite signal, but it couldn't last for a few days, because it was expensive. Oriental CC Live, national confrontation. The first scene is black, but at this moment, those western countries are already sending out barrage. Loop, is the East now frozen? No, I seem to see that this great city is being frozen, and I see that this city is about to be frozen. Cooloo. People in the East are probably fleeing now, but unfortunately it is too late and there is no chance. The next disaster will freeze everything. There are so many barrages. After the Western weather satellite announced the direction of the cold wave, the people in the West seemed to have guessed that it was frozen. As the screen opened, a brand new scene appeared. This is Guangcheng. I saw that the city became quiet, the major residential buildings were tightly closed, and the major military districts were standing by. There was no chaos, and the writing went to the extreme. At this moment, many Western barrages sang to see off, as if to see off the final battle in the east. In the underground station of Western Chinatown, the mixed-race Professor Rocco has a complicated expression. He can't help but open the forum in the east, meager and so on. All the news inside. All citizens gather to fight the last cold wave. Train transportation. Obey the big country. Obey the command. Almost on the forums, there are all other similar news, and the news is extremely hot. Are they really not afraid? Beside Rocco, a white man couldn't help frowning. Point in the live broadcast. The residential building was quiet, the community was quiet, there was no chaos, and no one escaped. Point especially with the acceleration of time, a trace of chill began to rise, and a thermometer appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room. 160 degrees below zero, 180 degrees below zero. The cold wave center is coming, and the -2 betas are coming too. But at the moment in the live broadcast, every Eastern soldier's eyes were not afraid, but excited and wary. As for the live broadcast room, Dong Fang is frantically scrolling through the barrage. Chenwen Shui, it's finally here. We have prepared for so long, spent everything, used all last strength, and used all the great projects. Now it is for this moment. I, Chenwen Shui, from Jinling, now I'm willing to fight with the country on the surface disaster. People of the river, finally here. 3 months of preparation, day and night, done. There are countless barrages of this kind, and the popularity is extremely high. Point in the underground gymnasium of Chinatown, Rocco, a mixed-race professor, and Eric, a white man, have a complex expression. They thought the East would be afraid, would hide, and the people would panic, but no one would have thought, no one would have thought, that an unbelievable scene appeared. No one was afraid of anyone. But all the people of the East were united and fought to the end. It seems that the East has been waiting for this cold wave for a long time. It seems that the people in the East have been waiting for this bloody battle for a long time. At this moment, the white man Eric understood a vocabulary for the first time. That is, this is the most perfect testimony of national confrontation in history. Chapter 114. It's 10:50. There are still 10 minutes, but standing in front of the northern city wall, everyone is wearing a breathing mask, because the extreme air suppression makes people desperate. Now you can feel -90 degrees above the city wall, as far as -160 degrees outside the city wall. Ying Ziyue and the old man stood in front of the northern city wall, looking in front of them. In the aerial image, the Guangqing Liaohe in front of us is completely reduced to a glacier, and the cold wave covering the 5 sea areas is coming. The terrifying white mist swept through everything, but wherever it passed, it turned into ice sculptures, and the frost began to freeze everything. Blast furnace, wind turbine. Turn on the most. At the center of the northern city wall, Ying Ziyue roared loudly. He stood before the hurricane, just like this city. This city seemed extremely huge, but it was like a small particle in front of the cold wave. The same is true for Ying Ziyue. He stood on the northern city wall at the forefront of the cold wave, and looked like a fine particle, but this particle looked at the cold wave like a sea of clouds without any fear, with a resounding voice. Boom, boom. At this moment, the horrible mechanical roar resounded in the city, and in the back city area, the hot blast furnace exuded terrifying flames. The soaring flames were burning savagely and wanton, and the thick flames were burning like madness. Boom. Inside the city, those giant wind generators also began to spin rapidly. The giant Ferris wheel began to rotate, and the air began to collide with hot and cold air. Boom. The airship recorded meteorological data at an altitude of 500 meters, and the blades of a 1-kilometer wind turbine were rotating. So the magical scene inside the city appeared, and the blizzard outside the city howled. It's 10:55. The eye of the cold wave appeared in front of Guangcheng. Humans should always have an epic scene before their eyes. The thickness of the entire ice layer has reached 30 meters. It can appear in clear space and thin layers of air. This is the extreme cold wave, so that the air started to stagnate and walk around. This scene was captured by aerial photography. The cold wave directly covered the south. All the floods in the south were surging and turned into ice crystal-like colors. Pieces of floods began to be frozen, and the icebreakers standing in each city were roaring and moving. Point at this moment, the people in the west knew why the east began to be filled with nuclear-powered icebreakers in the south, all for the sake of epic sight. Point when the southern floods in front of us were aging, and when those flooded areas began to be frozen, the roaring sound of the icebreaker shocked everyone. In the Oriental Sea live broadcast, the western barrage bursts. Oh my god, this is the real goal of the eastern icebreaker. They knew it before, and they had known the next horror plan. When all the south began to freeze, the icebreaker would start roaring. The leader of the Eastern Highest Special Research Institute, this enchanting man has arranged everything. The barrage was frantic, but as the next scene appeared, everyone was quiet. It was before Guangcheng, which was a densely forested area covered by cold waves, but there was a deafening train roar from the sky. Point from everyone's perspective. The train is roaring, roaring, and roaring through the cold wave. The nuclear power of the train's tail is pushed to the extreme, exuding the ultimate dazzling luster, and the bright luster shines on everything. Train power, high-speed rail-like moving speed, so the layer-by-layer movement begins to generate temperature. To a certain extent, the train hinders the advancement of the cold wave in a certain area, blocking the chill of a few milliseconds. It is really the air brought by the movement. The air starts to rub, so heat is generated. The cold wave came out from the front of Guangcheng. Snowstorm, hurricane, -2 Beidou. At this moment, after the cold wave left, the earth and sky were completely white. The cold wave swept across the south, and the central area was still 1 kilometer away from Guangcheng, but the minus had already broken 200 degrees below 0 point above the city wall. A sound of cracking of the ice wall resounded, and a huge cracking sound resounded everywhere. Point the city walls began to be covered with frost, and the depressing extreme cold made every soldier feel suffocated. At this moment, before the northern city wall, Ying Ziyue's roar resounded in the hurricane. Concentrated solar power is on. A stalwart roar resounded, and then everything changed in the originally gloomy world and the gloomy world, as if it was about to burst to the extreme. I saw Guangcheng, the magical city, on all 4 walls, and nearly 30,000 concentrating solar energy began to shine from a faint light. Then in just 1 second, the extremely bright light lit up. Snowstorm, hurricane, 200-2 Beidou. But after the concentrating solar panel lights up, everything is over. Everything is like nothingness. The ice crystals on the city wall melted rapidly. The limit temperature of the concentrating solar panel is 1000 degrees, but it is in the form of concentrating light, which means that a single piece of continuous temperature can reach 10,000 degrees. Point boom. Above the northern city, a burst of dazzling light hits. Ying Ziyue closed her eyes, and there was the sound of melting frost and the whistling of hurricanes before her eyes. At this moment, the aerial photography captured the extremely bright lights from the 4 walls of a city, shining thousands of meters, like a piece of stove! 0 Find flowers in the Western Underground Defense Station. Those people stared blankly at the barrage, the scariest concentrating solar panel in history. I discovered for the first time that the East is so scary. The scariest solar panel in human history. This is a 10,000 degree confrontation. -2 Beidou. Oh my god. The real trump card in the Orient has come out. The concentrating solar panel in the underground defense station and gymnasium of Western Chinatown. Those international students were sluggish and shocked. Point they thought of this city wall. In August, Kedongfang started the infrastructure construction of the Snowstorm City. It turned out that since August, they began to prepare something more terrifying. Who would have thought that there would be a city wall surrounded by solar panels? Rocco, the mixed race, looked terrified. 0 because that scene on the screen is too barrage, especially in the final scene of aerial photography. I saw those city walls starting from Guangcheng, and then to Yanjing, Beijing, and Shanghai. The outer periphery of those giant cities all lit up at the same time by concentrating solar energy, the dazzling sacred flame. The light shines on the world. This scene will be a desperate scene in the West. It will be a scene that will not appear in any disaster movie. Point from now on, the cold wave has hit the whole country, but Guangcheng is the only one who faces the eye of cold wave. The sky is dim, not the continent of the East. The giant wind and snow cities are shining with the brightest luster, shining on the continents. All the people in the east are feeling this stalwart scene. Boom. In 2 minutes, the concentrated solar energy went out, and the eastern continent became gloomy again. But the ice crystals on the city wall melted. At this moment, there is an area 500 meters away from the eye of the cold wave. However, the ice crystals of the entire eastern city are melting, shattering, and freezing again due to the hot air currents. Ying Ziyue stood at the highest point, looking at a distance of 500 meters. The eye of the cold wave began to approach Guangcheng 1 meter by 1 meter. Zhao Guofeng, with awe, Ying Ziyue spoke, "Arrive." Zhao Guofeng saluted suddenly, waiting for instructions. "Next, let the world witness the layout of eastern nature. Let all the submarine volcanoes erupt. Let the Pacific Ocean become a boiling ocean. And let volcanic magma and cold wave glaciers have a super collision era." Ying Ziyue snarled. "From now on, Dongfang is a real trump card exploding." Wide chapter 115. It's exactly 11 o'clock. The live broadcast room is a bird's eye view, a view of half of the eastern continent, visible to the naked eye. The continent is covered with frost. Snow-capped mountains stand upright, and snow-capped mountains stand savagely. Pieces of large rivers and oceans were frozen, and those oceans that were flowing in the past have all turned into extremely dazzling white glaciers. Guangcheng became like a black particle in the snow, and the cold wave swept by this crushing was almost invisible and invisible. But this city stands tall because this is the first city guarded by the east. Behind this city are other inland cities, small cities, and this city must be the first main battlefield. The scorching blast furnaces in other cities were still igniting loudly, and wind turbines in other cities also roared like a roar on the north wall of Guangcheng. Ying Ziyue stood upright. He looked less than 300 meters in front of him. It was as deep as a cloud, and the cold wave like a 1,000-meter height tsunami was slowly pushing forward. Looking at the oppressive breath, to strike point in front of him is a majestic cold wave eye. The submarine volcano eruption begun in the Pacific Ocean. 100 warships are docked above the major submarine volcanoes. Now these warships are frozen, but the central isolator of the warship is calculating data. This is a military scope bomb. Boom. Following Guangcheng's order, the first warship in the Pacific Ocean exploded, and then the gas vibrated. Boom, boom. The second ship, the third ship. Warships were roaring like a roar, and terrifying warships seemed to destroy everything. The sea area began to vibrate wildly and savagely, and the sea shook wildly. Not only the Pacific Ocean, the West China Sea, the Indian Ocean, but also the countless submarine volcanoes in the 5 oceans are roaring and roaring. Inside the underground defense station of Rose Country's new Times Square, it was extremely silent at this moment. The senior officials of the National Security Bureau are all watching the eruption of the 5 ocean warships. Stimulating the process of submarine volcanoes, those frozen oceans began to condense. In the seafloor under the 5 oceans, the suppressed gas began to condense, and the seabed covering rocks began to shatter. Boom. As a result, the layers of hot magma under the seabed boiled, and the seabed began to boil. The 30-meter thick glaciers began to melt, and the magma began to grow with the help of thrust, forming more and more fierce eruptive magma. This is not just one, but one seat on top of the 5 oceans. The magma boiled, and a lot of oxygen was consumed, so piles of bubbles appeared, and the whole ocean seemed to evaporate. State Security Minister Roddy looked at the scene almost with soft hands. East, no need to say more. There is enough horror inside. Vice Minister Thomas smiled bitterly. His voice became dignified. The East is crazy. They have a layout. They have too many layouts. They first let those unprotected warships remotely maneuver to the submarine volcanic areas of the 5 oceans, and then began to accurately calculate the pressure and explosion levels of the submarine volcanoes. Finally, when the cold wave is about to cover the east, the submarine volcano will start to be ignited. The voice of Deputy Minister Thomas stopped here, as if it would be something that all mankind would be afraid of. The next 5 oceans boiled, the heat began to rise, and then hit the cold wave, which means that the cold wave cooling layer will be cut off, which means that the cold wave will not continue to increase. This is the same tactics Minister Roddy smiled bitterly. In front of Guangcheng, the aerial image was changed to 5 oceans, and there was bubbles in the 5 oceans, and at the same time bursts of heat began to rise, and then a cold wave began to disappear, then there was an increasing heat rise, and finally all the 5 oceans were steaming point under satellite photography. The east became a continent shrouded in white mist, and the sky and the earth became completely dark point. The sound of wind and snow, the sound of submarine volcanoes erupting point. In the end, the seabed bubbles began to condense to the extreme, so the hot gas layer converged, and a lot of electric current phenomenon appeared. Above the sea, cold waves, magma, volcanoes, storms. In front of Guangcheng, there is still 100 meters away from the center of the cold wave. Now the train is traveling around the country, taking the first step to isolate the temperature. As for the second step of temperature isolation is also opening. These are the glaciers that stood in front of the city before. These glaciers stand tall and majestic. Now they become huge and hard at the extreme temperature. Just like steel point, the roar of the wind turbine is resounding. This is the sound of the cold wind. The kilometer-high giant wind turbine is like tearing the air. Now steam is constantly rising in the city, just to increase the temperature point. Volcanoes are still erupting, giant volcanoes, and volcanoes in individual island areas. Magma is boiling in the cold wave. It seems that two catastrophic disasters are facing each other. As for the east, now every city has become obscured with weapons, and the giant ecological park of Dangshan City in the north also stands tall, standing in the cold wave. The light on the city wall is still shining slightly, which is reserved for 20 days. Strong light. The first wave is the ultimate irradiance, and the rest is the irradiance of more than 1000 degrees that lasts for nearly a week. At the Yanjing Bicheng Meteorological Observatory, Ziyue Yan watched the cold wave in front of Haitian Pass urgently and excitedly, and the concentrated solar energy was still lit point. From now on, every family and every new city are preparing for the war with all their strength point in the Yuxu Villa community. Ying's father looked at him nervously and expectantly, because the disaster before him was too great, and it was unprecedented horror in the old-fashioned radio. It was reporting Diddy. Guangcheng has resisted the first wave of cold waves, and the concentrating solar panels successfully resisted the first wave of cold waves. The second wave of the eye of the cold wave is currently in a duel. Please prepare for disasters, and prepare for disasters. The broadcast over and over began to report. Ying Mu was a little nervous. Midnight is now in Guangcheng to fight the cold. Is it okay? Ying Mu said worriedly. It's okay at all. Father Ying held his arm, his expression dignified. The second one is volcanic eruption. It is the eruption of all submarine volcanic eruptions within and outside the east. This is the power of the entire navy, almost the greatest power of the Eastern Navy. Yingfu became more excited as he spoke, and finally couldn't help but clenched his fists in excitement. Next will be a truly horrible scene. Those volcanoes will make the 5 oceans boil, heat up, and air currents collide. As for the ultimate trump card that Dongfang has studied for nearly 70 years, it will be the artificial sun. Especially when talking about the artificial sun, Ying Mu was almost trembling with excitement, because this is the last trump card of the East, and it is also the most extreme hot and high temperature technology on this continent at present. At 11:30, the cold wave covered the whole country. The eye of cold wave is 100 meters away from the northern city wall of Guangcheng. Now the city wall is completely frozen to pieces, and the thermometer shows it has reached -220 degrees. Under this temperature, all steel and solar panels are like tofu. The same. It was covered by ice crystals at first, and then covered piece by piece. Call. Ying Ziyue let out a long sigh, and now everyone is looking at them seriously. Click, click, with the sound of ice crystals freezing, the city walls began to freeze. Nuclear Institute, National Nuclear Administration, ready. Artificial sun. Ying Ziyue ordered. Next, let the Glacial Chronicles record the last blow of the East. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. At that time point the West Sea, the Pacific Ocean, the three seas of India, the Kawasaki Ocean, the Liaohe, and the 5 sea areas are all thundering and raging cold winds. The smog of submarine volcanoes rises vertically from the surface, towering into the clouds. The sky and the earth are dark, and the seabed bubbles are rolling, and the smoke is boiling. Point boom. In the end, the volcanic smoke from the 5 oceans began to converge, forming a giant smoke that began to rush into the cold wave celestial dynasty, directly cutting off the cold wave cooling layer. In the orbit of the galaxy, an eastern space station revolves around the Earth. 2 aviators are wearing aviation suits, and the astronaut Zhao Keng is excitedly pointing to the east point. They are in charge of the orbital recording of the galaxy, and are the aviation personnel of the eastern space station. Now they are pointing to the front, extremely excited. Point the Earth was almost silver. On the subtropical continents of the Earth, a cloud of extreme black smoke undulated, and then rushed into the white cold wave. Huge air current changes appeared, and layer upon layer of thunderstorm field appeared. Point this is like a volcanic eruption versus an extreme cold disaster. Our country's volcanic eruption trump card succeeded. The aviator Zhao Keng said excitedly, and he said into the headset, "The next step will be the last step." Zhao Keng said excitedly, "Artificial sun, the greatest scene." In another scene, astronaut Zhao Pei smiled. Point now at the Galaxy space station, they have witnessed the East step by step resisting the cold wave, confronting the cold wave, and crushing the cold wave. Long live the great country. Before T02 empty station, the two bowed. Guangcheng, now completely entered the eye of the cold wave, the middle of the cold wave, as 4 other cities across the country entering the periphery of the cold wave. Even such an extreme cold wave began to cover the city walls. The scorching blast furnace increased to the extreme. The dense steam pipes reached the maximum heat, and the roaring heat and high temperature continued. Point but all the cold wave pressure was in Guangcheng, above the northern city wall. Ying Ziyue stood 50 meters away from the artificial sun. Outside, there was no one. The shockwave device opened, and a depressed breath began to permeate. Point the picture in the current live broadcast room is stuck, because of the influence of air currents and electric currents. But when the artificial sun in front of you appeared, senior Westerners and scholars were still crazy about Barrage. The 40-meter high giant device is majestic and huge, exuding the texture of black stainless steel. And the layer by layer particle nuclear device shines with the luster of science and technology. Point the number 1 bunker in the underground of the Eagle country. This is the super temperature insulating bunker where the top parliamentarians and high level chibals live. When the cold wave comes, the other bunkers have suffered more or less extreme cold, but this bunker is the only one that exudes the most elite aura. Majestic stand upright. Point many chibals in the Eagle Nation and academics from colleges and universities all watch the live broadcast of the East with a dull expression. Point only the artificial sun is left in the picture. Live Barrage. Western people are crazy because the scene in front of them is worth the Barrage craziness. Lumao, the original volcanic eruption in the east, is cutting the cold wave, boiling the 5 oceans. Hot steam cuts the cold wave, and finally lit up the artificial sun in the eye of the cold wave. Once the temperature of 50 million is on, everything is unknown. COOPL, how many trump cards Dongfang has made? Artificial sun, solar panels, volcanic eruptions, blast furnaces in the city, etc. Everything is for the end. On the 6th, 11 hours, 40 minutes and 10 seconds in the morning. Starting from this moment, the chronicles of the glacier will always remember the majestic scene in front of us. Mankind will also witness an epic scene, and countless pictures will begin to shatter. Mankind will prove that a new era is coming. In front of the north city of Guangcheng, the hurricane screamed, and the earth trembled with frost. Point a terrifying white cold wave covered Guangcheng. Above the northern city, a 40-meter high giant artificial solar device cracked open. Point the entire National Nuclear Group, Nuclear Fracture Group and other departments are all eagerly waiting, and everyone is waiting excitedly. Already, the artificial sun is ready. It lights up in 3 seconds. Ying Ziyue's voice fell. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, as if frozen point in the first second. Frost began to cover the four walls. One side was covered, and the other turned silver. Ice crystals began to cover the entire city's ground. Steam pipes, wind turbines, and hot blast furnaces in the second. The ice crystals began to freeze, so the white snow flying in the sky began to turn into hail, and fell into the city point in the third second. The entire city was about to be frozen from inside to outside. As for Ying Ziyue's hair on the city wall was covered with hoarfrost, layers of ice crystals appeared on the skin of every other officer and soldier present. Turn on. At this last moment, only the voice of Ying Ziyue was left above the North City. Boom. The energy of controllable nuclear fusion covering less than 100 kilometers starts to increase. The naked eye cannot look directly in front of you, because as the thermonuclear fusion reaction begins, the extremely bright plasma light will begin to condense. Boom. This is a shock sound that really covers 100 kilometers. The air is oscillating slightly, and there are layers of ripples in the air above the thermonuclear fusion device. As began to evolve and transform, magnetic field lines, hydrogen isotopic plasma are confined to run in this thermonuclear fusion device, so the isotopes of hydrogen began to form a complete and controllable nuclear fission for the first time, so there was only a bright spot in the sky, and within a few hundred years, humans will always remember this bright. From the first second, the ice crystals in Guangcheng receded rapidly. Countless piles of ice crystals are dispersing on the steam pipes, and upstairs of the residents of major buildings the whole east is no longer night, no longer pitch black, but illuminated in an instant. In front of the North City, Ying Ziyue closed her eyes and dressed in protective clothing, feeling the extreme temperature erupting from the sky. Layer by layer of extremely hot temperature won't only rush into the cold wave. In 10 seconds, the ice crystals on the city power began to recede. In 50 seconds, the extreme cold wave dropped to -180 degrees below 0.80 seconds. The hot blast furnace in Guangcheng and the wind power generators are increasing again. 100 seconds. The hot air under the sea in the eastern sea areas continues to rush, forming a huge air current. 108 seconds. The artificial sun shining on the eastern continent dimly disappeared. The temperature dropped to 130 degrees in the northern city of Guangcheng. All the engineers couldn't help being slumped to the ground. They had put too much effort into it, and now it was caused by excitement. From this moment on in the Northern Ecological Park, some small animals began to feel the extreme cold, and their genes began to spontaneously know that they had to face the severe cold and survive. Tigers and elephants began to have a slight genetic mutation. Their ancestors, saber-toothed tigers, the genes that resist the cold that the mammoth once decayed, have appeared. As for other cities, in the extreme cold, the algae in space is not frozen, but still begins to decompose oxygen. The eastern continent is black and white, and the smoke above the 5 sea areas converges into 803 giant black smoke, which covers the sky, which makes the sky more pitch black. The sea was turning rustling, and many fish began to travel to the coastline of the North Sea. This is the only place to survive. At the beginning of the Ice Age, the layout of eastern industry and agriculture began to gradually manifest itself in the disaster on the North City wall. The old man took off his mask, breathing anxious air. What's next? Ying Ziyue carried her hands on her back, and her voice was clear. The Earth today is civilization, the parent star civilization, with the parent star as the core. There are space station technology, aerospace technology, various basic physics theories, the primary stage of human socialism plus the primary stage of capital, and then we will create a glacier species in the big explosion. We study permanent energy, study planetary engines, and begin migration and transformation in major galaxies. Ying Ziyue's voice fell, dissolving into water droplets like snow falling now, crisp and firm. The old man sighed, and then stared at the snow-covered continent in front of him with piercing eyes. What follows is the direction of a new human civilization. Ying Ziyue did not continue to say that his ambitions are greater. He also wants to take the whole country to immigrate to the star system, so the people in the east can move within 10 light years, and then the east can travel in the Milky Way in 100 light years, and the spacecraft will be inserted
With the banner of Yanhuang, the East began to use wormholes naturally and began to sail in Hanoi, and the Oriental spacecraft began to reach the speed of light. Oriental technology mastered space folding technology and space domain technology. As for the next step, he must first embellish this continent to fight that tsunami collision of the board point. Next will be a major explosion in the layout of industry and agriculture, a huge explosion of glacial life species, a tsunami in the continental defense section, and all the cards in the East will show. Chapter 117. On the 6th, at 11 o'clock in the morning, the Chronicles of Glaciers recorded that the East triggered the 5 large volcanoes, causing huge volcanic magma to erupt, and then causing huge magma to flow, and steam to boil. This is the first volcanic magma as a trump card for a duel. The land of the cold wave. On the 6th, at 12 o'clock in the morning, the Glacier Chronicle records that an extreme cold wave swept across the East, and the large heating device with controllable nuclear fission was turned on. The East became the only country on the surface of the Earth within this day. Since the opening of Xihai City, the ice crystals on the walls of each new city were melting rapidly and quickly began to decompose, as if they were witnessing a major era of disintegration. The steam pipes in the city boiled and burned again. The thick steam boiled, and the warmth of the new cities continued to increase. The cold wave began to condense and headed towards the next direction to the east. The chill of the cold front dropped to 180 degrees, but even at this temperature, it was enough to freeze everything on the surface. On the eastern subtropical continent, volcanic smoke and steam boiled and enveloped the continent, causing hail, hurricane, rainstorm and so on. Then part of the cold wave passed through the east again, and then went to other countries. The pyramids of the desert country are now at 4 o'clock in the morning on the 8th. No one would have imagined that the desert would be covered with patches of snow. The coverage level of white snow roared. The cold wind was cold, piercingly hot, and the cold wind was bleak. Layers of snowflakes appeared on the desert, covering pieces. Countless. The pyramid was standing. No one saw it. A majestic cold wave began to hit, so the sandy yellow pyramid began to change color. Ice crystals began to condense sand, so layers of white snow appeared in the desert prairie state. This is a black state close to the equator. It was extremely hot in the past, but at this moment the cold wind was whistling, and the cold waves raged by again, and the animal races still walking on the grassland wailed. Boom. When the cold wave passed by, there were only pieces of animal ice sculptures left in the prairie state, including cicadea, hippos, elephants, tigers, leopards. At 12 o'clock after the cold wave, when the sun broke, Yanjing was roaring with strong winds in the large class of the Department of Physics of Xinghai University. Many school tyrants looked at the weather outside the window. The sky was still gloomy, but the depressive breath of -2 Beidou disappeared. Let's take a look. Zuba's AOG looked dignified. He opened an INS video. This is a global video. In the video, the desert country was frozen, the Statue of Liberty in the United States of Roses was frozen, and their surface was frozen. It was still -150 degrees above, and the extremely cold weather could not appear from the ground at all. There are also the Zars, and the prairie of the Black States are completely frozen. In short, only the east above the surface is left. ZAOG finally opened the map taken by the Dangfang satellite. This is the east of the subtropical continent. On this continent, the cold wind is whistling, and the earth seems to be shaking. It is the sound of mountain avalanches, which humans seem to be witnessing. History. New cities stand in the east. Outside the city, the sky is roaring in violent blizzards, as if slices of the sky are beginning to darken, and mankind is beginning to witness the stalwart and shocking history. There are huge icebergs standing in front of those giant cities. At first they were snow-capped mountains. Then the first wave of cold wave came, and they turned into glaciers. Then the eye of the cold wave raged, and they turned into icebergs. Giant cities stand. Icebergs stand tall. Giant black walls stand in the sea of clouds. Heavy mechanical grey airships are floating, and airships are floating, with a beautiful texture. The whole city is magical and mechanical, and the heavy mechanical style of cyberpunk is stronger. As for ZAOG, the interior schoolmaster in the city, he can see, when he looks up, the giant wind turbine is spinning faster. because after the cold wave raged, the low temperature of -150 degrees outside made people shocking and trembling. Boom boom boom. From the perspective of the stratosphere, this is a city of magical and mechanical fusion, equipped with nuclear-powered trains, but it looks full of science fiction, and the background is a beautiful blizzard, which makes people fascinate and admire. In short, the taste of all mechanical textures in the diffuse. People can almost feel the power of Dongfang's mechanical fresh city. On the 8th, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Yangjing community continued to report the global weather. Tragically, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the 6th, many countries in the desert country encountered extreme cold, and all the ice above the surface. 2/3 of the underground bunker was permanently frozen. At 3 o'clock in the morning on the 7th, the major black countries in the prairie state were frozen. The prairie was frozen, and thousands of wild animals on the surface were nearly extinct. On the old-fashioned radio, one news after another was reported. Father Ying's eyes were dignified. From now on, the surface of the earth has been frozen, and terrible disasters have swept the world. Except for the East, who barely contends with the past, the rest of the surface is frozen. My classmate said that the major industrial corridors are now studying other hulls. It is said that for the next big plan. Yingmu was cooking, her voice polite, cool, holding the old-fashioned radio and tea. Ying's father looked dignified, and he looked in the direction of Bihei. In the Ice Age, there will be a large increase in glaciers, which means that the seas of the Liaohe and West Seas will begin to melt in snow, and then there will be a large amount of sea level rise. At that time, those coastal cities and areas in the south will encounter waves. The 5 ocean tsunamis hit. Yingfu's expression became more solemn. What is the Ice Age? The Ice Age means the Ice Age, which means that the land will be covered by ice several hundred meters deep, and some coastal places will encounter the straits of the terrifying Ice Age. So Dongfang wants to make this continent truly solid. Yingmu couldn't help but trembled. Now the high-level Western plan has been announced by our country, the outer space dungeon. So what about us? Yingmu asked curiously again. The East will not take a step back. We love this land. Father Ying said with a smile. In the end, the industrial corridor is to study new energy sources, even planetary engines. Do we also want to wander the planet? Yingmu said complicatedly. In such a big era, he is very confused about the future of mankind. No, Midnight's thinking is very obsessive. He leads the big country to fight the cold wave and builds all kinds of confrontation cards. We will not choose to wander. The West is choosing outer space and dungeons. We are choosing confrontation, building the continent, and designing a new and solid plan. The East has not taken a step back from beginning to end. There was a smile on the corner of Yingfu's mouth. He liked the spirit of the whole people in the East, hearty and barbaric spirit. Next, there will probably be a real trump card explosion. Full development. Yingmu also sighed. The day was gloomy and the dark weather struck again. Within this month, the extreme cold of -150 degrees still enveloped the city. The heavens and the earth seemed to change color, but on the northern wall of Guangcheng, Ying Ziyue watched the Ferris wheel lighthouse light up, and the white and bright lights began to shine, shining brightly on this majestic continent. Beside him, Zhao Guofeng stood upright. Ying Group, all industrial corridors are stopped. Except for the new energy research department, waiting for instructions. Ying Group, the 5 oceans continue to increase the ocean water level. Eco Park team is all ready. Please give instructions. Zhao Guofeng looked solemn and reported quickly. After the report was over, Ying Ziyue nodded with ambition with both hands. Let's begin the industrial corridor. Let the industrial corridor develop a huge steel shield wall in all aspects. The ecological paradise is about to explode. Let the East begin to spur a big explosion of glacier life species. Let this continent face all the disasters of the Ice Age. We will crush them one by one to the end. Zhao Guofeng. Ying Ziyue let out a low growl. Arrive. The latter stood straight, and his voice growled. Tell the world. Welcome to the Great Ice Age. At 8 o'clock in the evening on the 8th, the Eastern satellite signal resounded all over the West, with only one sentence: welcome to the Great Ice Age. From then on, mankind has entered a new era, the new century, led by the East. Chapter 118. On the 9th, the extreme cold covered the whole world, and every road began to be quickly cracked and cracked. On the 12th,
Volcanoes on the ocean floor, melting snowstorms, and other reasons cause the sea level to rise, and other sea levels to fall. On the 15th, the statue of the goddess of the United States of the Roses was covered by ice crystals from the inside to the outside, becoming the Frost Lady statue. The Eagle National Railway Tower was reduced to a statue. The global temperature remained -150 degrees Celsius, and the temperature range of individual flowing seawater was relatively large. On the 20th, the underground bunker of the Eagle Nation opened. 5,000 civilians tried to get out of the city wearing cotton-padded clothes and oxygen masks. They encountered an avalanche in the city, extreme cold plus avalanche, all died, and the world was terrified. On the 25th, the global extreme cold temperature continued to -120 degrees. The crops above the ground, many artificial lakes, and the western high-speed trains were all frozen. On the 30th, the cold wave was thin across the world. Since then, mankind has officially entered the Ice Age. The West has officially announced the launch of the Human Fire Project, the construction of underground cities, and the launch of the Outer Space Project. Since then, mankind has gone into the unknown. To be precise, from the end of October of the year, it was actually included in the Glacial Chronicles. Glacier Chronicle January 1st, 2001, 10 o'clock in the morning. In the vast universe and galaxy, the Earth is just a particle board of dust, flying in the magnificent universe. There have been countless ancestors thinking about this magnificent galaxy, but the real chances to get out of the Ice Age. The azure Earth turned into a faint silver, and the space stations of all countries in the orbit of the galaxy all issued instructions at the same time. The United States of Roses space station. It can be temporarily returned to the surface, but not for long periods of time. The surface temperature is -120 degrees. Human cold resistant suits cannot be left for long periods of time because of the extreme cold temperature and extreme cold pressure. Eagle Nation Space Station. Special warning. The world's surface is frozen. Please come with winter clothes and oxygen mask. Eastern Space Station. Welcome to continue the development of infrastructure above the surface of Yan and Huan compatriots. 3 different space station signals are released. In the new Times Square in the state of Mars, United States of America. The buildings of the new Times were frozen and covered with layers of frost. The farmland became white ice, and the wheat became like hard ice sculptures as for rather large tracts of land. The farms are all covered by snow, and the tens of meters high snow has turned into icebergs, which cannot be excavated by conventional machines. Now the underground defense station of the new era is built behind the Kingdom building. With the deafening sound of the opening of the temperature barrier, first meteorological monitoring equipment appeared, testing the surface temperature to -120 degrees, and then a team of teams dressed in white poles, the thick cold resistant clothing, began to walk out slowly. This is the major professors of the National Security Institute of the United States of Roses, as well as Minister Oddy and Deputy Minister Thomas. Close to 20 people. When they walked out, they were stunned when they watched the first group of people in the West who walked out of the surface. The statue of the goddess was carved by ice. 100-story huge buildings were carved by ice, and everything that humans saw with the naked eye was engraved in the ice. There were cars on the streets, and many buildings were directly covered by wind and snow. Minister Oddy. This is the official video released by the East within a month. In the extreme cold, Deputy Minister Thomas opened a video in a complicated manner. When the video was opened, everyone present was stunned. This is an Eastern disaster development video, produced by the Internal Affairs team. In this month, after fighting the cold wave, the trains in the video began to supply the major provinces of the country without interruption, and then the nuclear-powered icebreaker in the south began to start. The deafening icebreaker was roaring, and then the icebreaker shattered the major ice layers and began transport materials for those remote areas in the south. Icebreakers galloped. Colorful trains galloped by in the snow. In the Oriental Guangqing Industrial Corridor, piles of industrial equipment such as huge steel plates, while the hot blast furnace in the city was burning. There are also factories producing carts of cotton padded clothes and carts of warming devices. The steel plates were then transported to the train, and then to the major northern cities, where the city walls began to be built. In the first scene, the cities in the east started to be busy. The buses in the city were speeding up.
and the materials began to be dispatched in an orderly manner. Zero fine flowers, but the background of the picture is beautiful. The wind and snow are whistling, the temperature is minus Beidou, and there are giant silver white icebergs in front of the city wall. Under the aerial photography, the shadows of the people are small, but the order is perfect. This is the case from Guangcheng to Xihai City in the north. A perfect orderly trend. The industry is moving towards the end of the picture. At the end of the first scene, the East calls it the first industrial disaster trial. Seeing that scene on the surface of the new Times Square, I felt the icy cold roaring, feeling the scorching hot thorns, and feeling the scenes of extreme cold. The high-rise buildings on the scene turned into ice sculptures, and the National Security Institute for Western Disasters. More than a dozen professors and congressmen have complicated faces. Zero asshole version of the trend of industrial disasters. Minister Oda's face was blue. Only now in disasters can he truly feel what the Eastern Industrial Corridor is. If there is an industrial system in the disaster, then production and development can be achieved after the disaster. The cold wind has grown stronger, and every member of the council and the professor has pale, because only now on the surface of the earth brings them despair, that is, severe cold. Looking at every city in the east now standing clean and untouched by the wind and snow, they became more and more angry. Don't worry. With such a large cold wave and a large amount of snow, the seawater and wind and snow of the ice age may begin to hit the mainland, and the east will not be safe next. Deputy Minister Thomas said coldly, "Minister, the outer space dungeon project has started. When will the project start?" Massa, the Vice President of Massachusetts, said, "Starting today, we call on the whole country to start dungeons, and the Eagle Country and the Kawasaki Congress will start the outer space program. Next we have to let the world see how white people create a new world." Glacier Chronicles, January 1st, 2001. The first group of visitors on the surface of the United States of the Roses announced the opening of the outer space, the dungeon plan, and the world has entered the 3-plant survival plans. Guang Chapter 119. The day breaks, but in the dungeon of the United States of Roses, the time is based on the human body's rest limit, and the rest of the time is to start working and begin to connect the underground communities into trenches, and at the same time, ensure the stable work of the excavation, and the work intensity is very high. At 10 o'clock a day, on the official day, all major civilians across the West began a busy underground trench point in the underground defense station of Chinatown. Trucks and trucks of soil are digging underground. Their task is to connect the underground of the new Times Square to form the first underground passage point. Many international students took the machine and started digging underground. Everyone felt depressed, especially the underground environment. Liu Yang, a foreign student, had a pale face. He was lying on the ground and panting. He was injured by a gravel just now, so he had a chance to rest. Next to him were successive wounded with various injuries lying on the ground. Liu Yang couldn't help but sighed. He turned on the phone. He didn't want to read the Western news. 803 Wazilins. On the tubing, all the officials were blowing great plans one by one. It was ridiculous in Liu Yang's eyes that he blew the great and huge plan. These plans do not know how much manpower will be spent, and they are simply desperate. He opened Dongfang News, which was the most popular one, infrastructure news, train transportation news. Liu Yang didn't want to see these. He only felt aggrieved and hungry now. Until the 7th Hotsu Eco Park officially launched. Open this news. The first act is the video appearing. In the video, piles of fresh vegetables appear in the eco park. Inside the big shed is a giant white protective shed. Vegetables are sliced and covered in a vast expanse. The video can't be shot at all. Vegetable farmers began to transport, and some cattle and sheep began to be slaughtered. Fresh beef and mutton began to be put into freezer bags. There were too many, and freshly picked fruits lined up. Then these were sent to the transportation track, and then loaded the train. Looking at these fresh foods, Liu Yang only felt that his mouth was full of fluids. Is this the Oriental Ecological Park? The disaster is to transport fruits and food together, Liu Yang said desperately with a bitter smile on his face. No, on the bed next to him, a white man was also lying down. The white mantis accidentally fell on a rock and fractured his left leg. Tis pointed to the video. Didn't you find that when shooting those fresh vegetables, there were pieces of seaweed planted next to them? Tai spoke. His voice was complicated, as if he knew something. Liu Yang was also stunned. He flipped through the video again, and he saw pieces of seaweed, which meant that the seaweed in this city was being savagely planted. In the previous Oriental video, every city was also planting seaweed. This means that pieces of seaweed decompose oxygen, and the oxygen concentration of this continent is increasing. There is also the livestock slaughter area, which is a beast breeding area. The intestines of these slaughter are all given to these beasts, as if it is a cycle. Tais continued to smile wryly. The screen was moved. Liu Yang saw the lions, tigers, and elephants in the eco park, and along with the transportation track, these wild animals are also beginning to be transported out. The screen ends. Oriental Ecological Park is cultivating seaweed vigorously. The ecological park has also begun to let those wild animals out of the protective layer and begin to feel the extreme cold. Do you know what they are doing? Tai said bitterly. Liu Yang was stunned for a while, then his face was blue, and then completely changed, increasing the oxygen concentration in the eastern continent. The first wave made these beasts feel extremely cold, so the oxygen concentration increases, and individual beasts may be able to survive this extreme cold. When Liu Yang finished his voice, he was trembling. After the disaster, that is, starting now. A terrifying and frightening scene appeared, and the East is now starting to spur the explosion of glacial life species. Not only that, you look at the industry. I saw the Eastern industry. Their industrial corridors are operating. If you guess right, there will be a lot of new life explosions in the Eastern continent. At the same time, there will be a great engineering. Is a project that has made this continent as solid as gold. T spoke. His voice calm. Promoting a major outbreak of life species is as solid as the mainland project, combining the two, equipped with industrial corridors. The ecological paradise is simply terrifying, and Liu Yang can hardly believe what the future will look like in the East. Tease. Liu Yang couldn't help looking at Tease. Curious about his identity, Student Stan, because he is a half-blood, he can only stay in the Tang People's Underground Defense Station. Now I regret it completely. I should go back to the East. Tai smiled bitterly and desperately said. At this moment, there are many foreign students with ideas like him. But if a decision is made, then it is a thorough choice. On the first day of the surface year, the first day of the project officially started in the West, there was a lot of news around the world. Ends. The West announced the official start of the Underground City project. Kawasaki, the official special scientific research plan of Eagle Country. Foreign students apply to return home. The third hot search in INS is a group of foreign students and a group of white people applying to go to the East. Many hot search comments. Sulo, the surface of the world cannot survive. As a white man in a free Eagle Country, I think the world should help each other, and the East should let us enter certain cities. Only in this way is true friendship and unity. True unity. Amir, I surrendered a residential area and started to let people all over the world live on the surface. This is my duty. Alps. International students passing by. I can only go back to the East. 0. The third hot search is extremely popular because now there is only the East, which is developed by Enron. On the surface, especially the East has normal supplies, perfect food supply, train stations and giant cities, and it is the most perfect place to live on the surface. The popularity is extremely high, and the top 3 searches in the East have also become this kind of news hot search. First, about the Western application to settle in the wind and snow city to compare with others. Dong Fang's comments are all Zao hey, when we closed the country, we used train infrastructure, we built giant cities. What were you doing when we were building the city crazy 12 hours a day, and what are you saying to us? Chen Jiang. In the eastern city of wind and snow, the snow country train was built by all the people with great pains, and it took all the effort, and the real effort, all the power. Ma Shuowen,
Thank you, we refuse. On the southern wall of Guangcheng, the insulating layer continued to be pasted on the wall. Ying Ziyue, Zhao Guofeng, Guangcheng Minister Ma Rubin, and the head of the interior Lin Ping were all watching. The sky is about to enter the sunset, and the development of the city begins to return to the direction of infrastructure. Zhao Guofeng reported from behind. Ying Group. Next is the industrial corridor, the final project of agricultural ecology. You need to arrange it. In addition, many foreign education ministries in the West have put forward one point, that is, they want to enter the city of wind and snow and obtain the right of residence. Zhao Guofeng said. The latter is on the southern city wall, feeling the power of the hot stove under the city wall. Everything he is now in, everything he feels, is everything about the national unity infrastructure. Tell them that it was before, and it is also now. This Yanhuan continent is not open to residency rights. This is a continent stained with the blood of the Yan and Huan compatriots. Our 2 billion people build infrastructure together, and create and develop together. Therefore, this continent can only be planted with a banner, and there is a kind of existence. People, that is Yanhuang the hurricane roared, and the city wall offset the hurricane, leaving only the whistling of the wind, with Ying Ziyue's sonorous voice in the wind. Glacier Chronicles. On January 1st, the East continues to embellish the mainland, opening the final card development. The quota is still not open. Chapter 120. Second point, there is still only the east above the surface, and the extreme cold of -120 degrees, except for the snowy city and the snow country train. All surface buildings are frozen from the inside out. Even in the dark and long night, the roaring dragon-like body of the snow country train will roar forward, carrying a large amount of cargo forward. Majestic and sacred, the train roared. And the world shouted, as if there was darkness between the sky and the earth, and only the giant trains left from Yanjing, transiting to Guangcheng in the south and Angshan City in the north. But now at 8 o'clock in the morning on the 2nd, the sky is dark and grey. In the Guangcheng industrial corridor, every factory is busy. The first factory area is the Nuclear Energy Engine Research Center. The lights in the factory are bright. The workers here are all PhD graduates and dual discipline PhDs. Now these PhDs are standing in a row. The Changjiang shed of the National Nuclear Corporation headquarters is standing straight, and a group of people are waiting for the highest order. Clatter as the group approached. Ying Ziyue was the first to appear in the workshop. The workshop area is as high as 50,000 square meters, and the area is huge. In the middle of the workshop is a giant engine, which is a controllable nuclear fusion device, and it has a size of the size of a truck. This is still only 1.5 completed machinery. Report to Ying Group. This is the first model of supergiant engine promoted by PPSU's controllable nuclear fusion. Next, we will conduct engine testing, performance testing, light-off testing, and then we can build in batches, and then deploy to the mainland. The Yangtze River chested upright. Continue to study. Ying Ziyue said that the Engine Research Center is a research center integrating artificial sun and train energy, and the 3 major engineering teams of train construction. The giant engine is not to escape, but to use it for a deeper level. This can be called a confrontation. The projects in the east did not flee or be afraid. All came from mountains and seas, and the flames and yellows hindered them. The visit is still going on. This time Chang Jiangxie from the Ministry of Nuclear Power followed and went to another factory area. This factory area can be called Nuclear Power Icebreaker. The industrial corridor is a comprehensively covered factory area. The factory areas from number 1 to number 10 are all high-tech and high engineering factories in all directions. After number 10, there are oxygen mask factories, cotton garment factories, and so on. The number 2 nuclear powered icebreaker is an integrated glacier shipyard that brings together Shanghai Shipyard, Beijing Shipyard, Ocean International Shipyard, Jinling Shipyard, and Huangshidao Shipyard. The shipyard has a huge area, backed by Nancheng, with a single plant area of close to 100,000 square meters, and the plant is out of sight. This is one of the largest factories at 8:30. All the factories and substations of all sizes were straight, waiting for instructions. Behind them are giant icebreakers that have been completed. Ying Ziyue, National Nuclear Jiangshen, and Zhao Guofeng are all watching. Point salute to the shipyard director. Zhao Quan report. Ying Group. The icebreaker has been under construction since July of the civilization period until now, and now it is starting to build a larger ocean icebreaker, which has greatly improved temperature isolation, load, and fishing. Salute to factory director Zhao Quan. Very well. There will be continental level ocean fluctuations, and hundreds of giant icebreakers will be used. Ying Ziyue stood straight, his voice solemn. Everyone, leave it to you. Ying Ziyue patted the shoulders of everyone present. Ying Ziyue's voice was clear, guaranteed to complete the task entrusted to us by the motherland. Everyone shouted. The last one is impressively number 3, the steel mill, which can be said to be the industrial core of the South. The steel mill covers an area not only large, but covers other factory areas, occupying almost a quarter of the city. You must know that Guangcheng is known as a huge city with a population of tens of millions. The city has a huge area, and the huge city stands tall and majestic. Steel making plants include iron making plants, foundries, iron slag workshops, and so on. But at the moment at the entrance of the huge and burly steel making plant, the black-faced man, the director Li Mansan, stood straight, and then he suddenly saluted Ying Ziyue. This is one of the core projects of the industrial corridor, the report. Ying Group. The southern steel making plant is currently producing normal, with an average daily output of 10 million tons. The entire plant is currently building wall insulation panels, factory steel panels and other major projects. Li Mansan saluted, and then he handed out a detailed steel classification map, which recorded a variety of steel production. There are many steel production steps, and the classification of steel materials is detailed, and the people's livelihood is everything to life. Ying Ziyue nodded. This steel factory will probably play a great role in the future. Everyone, the temperature above the surface during the glacial period was -120 degrees. It is not only severe cold, but also the straight impact in some sea areas. The 2 sea areas of the West Sea and the Xihai Sea. The whole people of the East will have a greater project next. Ying Ziyue speaks. At this moment, in front of the Ying Group, the nuclear power department Changjiangshen, the shipyard director Zhao Quan, the steel plant director Li Mansan, and the internal affairs director Lin Ping. Next, the steel plant will produce only one steel sheet drawing. There is only one icebreaker style produced by the shipyard. The production drawings are as follows. Everyone, please rebuild the Oriental Paradise. Bending over and bowing, Zhao Guofeng handed over the drawing, and Ying Ziyue spoke. Then all the staff stood up straight and saluted. Afterwards, after walking in the Ying Group for 15 minutes, the 3 directors looked at the drawings with fear. Steel develop a giant steel plate with a length of 50 meters, a rectangle of 20 meters wide, and a thickness of 60 centimeters. Icebreaker developed. A huge 100 meters long, presenting a huge hull with multiple arches that can be connected. What will happen during the Ice Age? Steel plant director Li Mansan said blankly. Extremely cold, avalanches, melting ice and snow, and rising sea levels triggered tsunamis. A tsunami is often encountered along the coast. Yangtze River. Chef from the Ministry of National Nuclear Affairs was very academic, but he was stunned when he said half of it, and his voice became a little complicated. So we are going to build a huge coastal blocking steel plate device and equip a huge fishing boat to start ocean development after the disaster? Zhao Quan, the director of the fishing boat, couldn't help but tremble. Not only that, look at this city. Li Mansan shook his head again, and he pointed to Guangcheng. In this city, the sewer area, the steam area, and all the water flow areas, patches of seaweed are growing. The first is to stop the continuous tsunami, the second is ocean hunting, the third is to embellish the continent in all aspects, and the fourth the Ministry of Nuclear Affairs, Chang Jiangshen, does not need to say more, because he is developing with a giant engine. This trump card is even more terrifying. Point now. These whole cards are all connected in the disaster, and then collectively prepare to explode. Chapter 121.
The Glacier chronicles at 10 o'clock in the morning on January 3rd, a rare daybreak point after the cold wave is thinning the world, the Earth turns around, dense galaxies, and obscured by the influence of clouds, causing layers of galaxies to change in rotation, and the direct sunlight of the sun is the standard 6 hours a day point except for the countries in the equatorial zone. The world is basically dark for 2 hours a day. And the rest of the time is basically snowstorms, hurricanes, constant temperature fluctuations, thunderstorms, hail and so on. Point as for the equatorial countries, there is a contrast between avalanches, tsunamis, and extreme cold during the day and night. In short, there is no place in the world that is really close to the weather of civilization. Environmental protection in the east is acceptable. As for some of the 3 countries in India, the environment is harsh and the bunker is not strong enough to withstand the cold, so the extreme cold weather is even worse. The past global warming, the destruction of the ozone layer, the disappearance of dense forests, and the previous damaged environment of the Earth are all reported one by one. The planet seems to be an annual ring, and begins to tell the survivors of the past to caring for the environment. In Guangzhou, the wind and snow stand up, and the cold wind howls. The 4 city gates were closed tightly, the city walls were soaring into the clouds, and the hurricanes roared back and forth outside the city, continuing incessantly. As for the sky above the city, the blizzard fell. But with the height it began to melt into broken ice, followed by raindrops. It dripped to the ground, washing this hardcore industrial giant city dominated by heavy machinery. The sky is bright, there is no sun, but it is no longer gloomy, so people living in this city can feel the epic of the movie more and more, because the trains in front of the station are opened one by one and the trains enter the station. This is the food from the Northern Ecological Park. Fresh fruits, fish from the North Sea Ocean Warehouse, and slaughtered meat. And then the Guangzhou Ministry of Internal Affairs began to notify the community to start distributing food according to heads and families. This is the operation of a city. At that time, in the Guangzhou Industrial Corridor area, in the foundry workshop of the No. 3 steel making plant, trucks of molten iron began to be transported in the smoke. But Zhao Guoliang, the master of the foundry, was looking at the drawings blankly. He has read the drawings over and over 5 times, but Zhao Guoliang still dare not confirm it. 50 meters long, 20 meters wide rectangular, 60 centimeters thick steel plate with huge thickness. The production requirements are simple, only requiring an iron density of more than 90%. With a huge impact force, and the overall impact force is immediate. As for the quantity requirement, it is supplied by all steel mills. Hey, what are you going to do? Foundry master Zhao Guoliang couldn't help but breathe in the air conditioning. He had experienced the construction of snowy cities, train stations, and knew the casting classification requirements for heavy machinery steel plates. This kind of simple steel plate is unprecedented. What happened to Master Zhao? Apprentice Zhang Bo asked curiously. It's okay, a major project will happen next. Zhao Guoliang's eyes were solemn. How big? Is it bigger than the snowstorm city? Zhang Bo curiously asked. This kind of specification, unlimited steel plates, is estimated to cover a certain area, and a giant project that complements the snowy city and the snow country train. Master Zhao Guoliang said. He inferred from the quantity specification, the big country project. Hiss. Zhang Bo was frightened. He looked at the roar of the casting workshops one after another, as if he saw the establishment of a continental scale project. This was the first disaster project in the East. Industrial corridors, huge iron making workshops, molten iron melted, impurities eliminated, carts of molten iron went to the foundry, and then huge iron plate transportation train warehouses. The project layout before the disaster was vividly displayed. The Glacier icebreaker shipyard gathers 7 fishing boats and 4 warship yards. Thousands of fishing boat engineers and hundreds of warship engineers form a huge shipyard. It covers a huge area. In the No. 1 icebreaker workshop, hundreds of icebreaker engineers are looking over 1 meter. Gao's new icebreaker information point. Warship engineer Wu Ji couldn't help but said in a complicated voice, the giant fully enclosed icebreaker can connect the hull on the coastline to form a giant icebreaker. According to the specifications of the Special Research Institute, if hundreds of meters long icebreakers are connected, Wu Ji's voice is very complicated. As the chief engineer of the Liao Navy, he used to be the chief designer of the Lo-22 destroyer and cruise ship. Now, based on the warship information of the great powers in front of him, he has obtained an amazing fact point: a large amount of snow during the Ice Age will melt a certain submarine eruption area, and that tsunamis will continue to hit the coastal continents in the direction of the 5 oceans. Therefore, when the hulls of these warships are connected, they will form a giant warship armor, and close to hundreds of them can be connected as large marine nuclear-powered naval warships under the sunshine. The shipyards began to be busy urgently, the machinery running and crashing sound rang out, and the workshops were all caught in urgent busyness. Not only here, Guangcheng is a city of industry, and a city of industrial trains. This is definitely not to say, in the daytime, after the day, a series of modified extremely cold trucks are remotely controlled outside the city, to simulate the cold point. Boom boom boom. The giant temperature insulation is integrated to defend against fuel, engine, wire, and engine, so that the truck can move forward in the environment of 100 degrees below zero. Boom 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 boom. With the roar of the cold-proof trucks, some vehicles are scrapping, some continue to move forward, and then continue to be modified. This is an era of national industrial resistance. Point in the west, there is a dungeon trench project. A truckload of soil is also pushed out with machinery, while the east is building the surface. The Eagle Nation is trying to work as a space station. The Arctic Ocean is freezing, the 5 oceans are boiling and rolling, and the sea is level rise. Point: this is the era of national comparison of the Ice Age. Since the disaster, all the cards have been prepared, and the cards have been fully displayed since then. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon on January 3rd. The meeting room of the Guangcheng railway station gathered all the high levels this time, including the Ministry of Nuclear Power Chang Jiangshen, the director of the icebreaker Zhao Quan, the director of the steel plant Li Mansan, the director of Guangcheng Ma Rubin, the Director of Foreign Affairs Yan Daxiao, the Director of Internal Affairs Lin Ping, including the Director of Northern Ecology, Liu Qiang, Dongshan City Minister Liu Qiang, and a group of 37 people on the top floor all assembled the train station conference room. Point: this is a high-level meeting room of Guangcheng railway station, which uses temperature insulation and panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, which can overlook the stalwart of Guangcheng in a larger area. Point: for example, in front of Guangcheng is the forest area of Burma and other countries. Now the forest areas of those countries have become snow-covered, icebergs, and glaciers. At the same time, the cold wind is raging in the forest area, and the wind and snow are rolled up, hundreds of meters high. Snowflakes scattered freely. The picture is beautiful, and the white snow sea is boundlessly shocking. Point: and the train station stands tall, and the hurricane becomes thinner. After passing the city wall in the main position, Ying Ziyue wears a black cotton uniform with short hair and an extremely cold appearance, clear and decisive. You guys, in order to prevent the impact of coastal tsunami, a program codenamed Mainland is as solid as a golden soup is launched. You will see close to hundreds of millions of people in the wind and snow infrastructure, from Heishangun, Liaohe, and Xihai, covering Dongshan City. The super blocking walls of the 4 major areas, the blizzard is roaring, and hundreds of millions of people will build this great wall-like structure, equipped with giant icebreaker connections. From then on, this continent will not be hit by the tsunami, and at the same time, can completely control the ocean. The first continent is solid to defend against glacial tsunami. The second planetary engine speeds up research. From now on, this continent will start to spur the explosion of life species during the Ice Age. Perhaps megalodon, mosasaur, densefish, giant, Cyan, but short-faced bears, saber-toothed tigers, and mammoths will reproduce this glacier and oxygen-rich continent. Ying Ziyue's voice seemed to have an epic motivating feeling, and now when he really said it, all the senior officials were afraid. Ecological Chief Liu Bo only now fully understands the current role of the ecological park. Zaozi, the person in charge of the Bihai warehouse, also fully understood why the Bihai warehouse was built, because the oxygen concentration in the North Sea coastline and the scale of fish are extremely high. The continent that is solid enough to defend against that tsunami, spur the evolution of new life species in the glacier. Finally the planetary engine roars. Everyone, please fight for this Yanhuan continent. Ying Ziyue stood up, her voice resounding loudly, guaranteed to complete the task, everyone shouted. Then came 2 hours of discussion on the plan. Glacier Chronicles. In the middle of the night on January 3rd, a project covering the continent of Yanhuang level has started. A comparison of Chinese and Western projects. Humanity comparison. Stimulating the great evolution of life species, to start the whole people. A few years later, this piece of Yanhuang continent was called "It is the place where life originated, the place where seed life boils." The first board of Yanhuang continent, chapter 122. The Guangqing Crimson High level meeting is over. Later, at the high-rise building of the official residence of Guangqing, it was close to the hot blast furnace, and the heating was overflowing under the dark and long night. In the large residential room, Ying Ziyue and Zhao Feng were still watching the future direction of this continent. Ying Group. Before the disaster, it was a mechanical steampunk magic and steel style. After the Ice Age, Zhao Feng frowned, and he was very curious about the next development of the new Eastern City continent. Could it be said that during the Ice Age, the East will be a city of heavy machinery that will last for thousands of years and tens of thousands of years? It's still a solid continent, a super tech city of iron magic and mechanical hybrid. Now the global project is on. The Western Outer Space Station began to search for sites to grow algae, the trenches of the Rose Dungeon began to connect, and the giant Dungeon Air Force began to take shape. The East also began to defend the mainland, and the final definition of science and technology. So in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, the latter held his hand slightly and said nothing, because Ying Ziyue is more like letting the times to witness. But from the middle of the night on the 3rd, a team of college physics teams, infrastructure engineering teams, National Nuclear Energy Center, and science and technology infrastructure teams came from Shanghai, Yanjing, Beijing, Zhejiang, and Yancheng. They were divided into 2 batches. Part to Guangqing, part to Yanjing. The industrial corridors of Guangqing are getting busier. The long night was dark and silent. Dark night covers this mechanical city, and it is difficult for new humans to imagine what this city looks like, whether it is mechanical punk or brilliant technology. Glacier 4th, 10 o'clock in the morning. The great power action has begun. Before Guangqing was the Crimson Conference. Now the north wall of Guangqing, the internal affairs meeting instructions have begun to be slowly opened. In front of the northern city wall, I watched the hurricane whistling, the snow blowing away, and the roar of the cold wind from time to time. The sky and the earth seemed to change color, and the grey clouds represented eternity. Standing in this era of wind and snow like the world, Ying Ziyue backs his hands limping, the head of the interior, and the head of the foreign affairs, Mr. Yan, are now in charge of the next large-scale project. From now on, the new city will remain unchanged, but the Yanjing Underground 5,000 miles Great Wall project will be launched. In this underground, scientific research factories will be allowed to enter. They are responsible for scientific research. The first step, Ying Ziyue said. Her voice was cold and firm. From now on, the underground Great Wall 5,000 kilometers before Yanjing Underground is officially launched. Internal affairs began to build the hot blast furnaces in each new city, and the hot blast furnaces began to be scattered into 3. The 3 hot blast furnaces were in the 3 core areas of the new city to ensure that the population above the ground is heated normally and the temperature supply in the city is normal. The city is still mechanical steam. At the same time, every city started to start underground factories and gradually began to let every city wall that occupies a land to go underground, open up underground factories, and free up the area of the city. Received. Limping, the head of internal affairs, and Yan Daxiao, head of external affairs, nodded. Everyone, the next era will be a fully developed super era. Ying Ziyue's voice is complicated and solemn, because the next development is all-round development. The first is that the Guangqing Industrial Corridor is producing steel plates, and is preparing to build an iron wall to withstand that tsunami in coastal cities. The second is that the shipyard began to design a new type of icebreaker, which means that the new type of icebreaker can be connected to form a production icebreaker aircraft carrier. This is also the first Eastern Ice Age to conquer the ocean and develop ocean power. The third is to start underground design and build new intelligent Ice Age technology products, so that the continent can feel the power of technology. Fourth,
The above ground project is moved underground to make room for the new city, to have a larger area and a higher temperature, which means that the labor force of the whole people and the infrastructure will be greater. Cool. He took a long sigh of turbidity, and his exhaustion was dissipating with the turbidity. On this day on the 4th, the train sprinted, transporting teams one by one. Yangjing Underground City is also officially opened. At 12 o'clock, there is only one left and the first mega hot search, the Glacier project, is opened except for Guangcheng. The rest of the new city factories were moved, and the hot blast furnace was rebuilt. The public realized that large-scale projects were slowly being carried out. Under the hot search and comments, netizens have a lot of hot discussions. Zhao Fengsu, the world is trying to avoid it, but Dongfang is trying its best to create various ground projects. Yan Jiang, what will be next? Now that the professors of scientific research in our major universities are gone, I feel a change in the times, and I don't know what will happen next. The enthusiasm is extremely high, and the people are all commenting enthusiastically. Because the current project is too big, every cold resistant car outside the new city is being tested at speed, testing the performance of various vehicles and the degree of cold resistance. Every university scientific research team boarded the train to go to Guangcheng. The scorching blast furnace continued its infrastructure construction, and huge blast furnaces began to stand up. The cold wind outside the city continues, and the infrastructure construction inside the city continues. On the 10th, the research institutes of major universities in Yangjing Underground City completed their settlements. On the 15th, 3 major blast furnaces in major new cities began to stand. On the 18th, the first 2 large community trenches in Western Underground City, an underground trench that stretches for 500 kilometers, was successfully built. On the 25th, 3 hot blast furnaces in major new cities in the east were erected, equipped with a new system of steam pipes. On the 30th, as the first month of the Ice Age, the 3 major global projects have completely begun to take shape. The infrastructure of the east opens a new era for the Earth. Outer space and underground cities in the west. The trajectory of life is spreading, untraceable, and undefined, starting from a single cell to the death of multicellular organisms. Boom boom boom. In the dark and long night, the cold wind roared on February 1st during the Ice Age. The giant steel gates opened one after another at the Guangcheng train station. Mechanical computers, differential engines, heavy machinery and metal people were performing data calculations, performance calculations, and finally dawn of the train. The current city of Guangcheng is still a towering dark city wall, a giant train station, among which 3 hot blast furnaces in the city go straight into the sky, and the roaring thick smoke brings a burst of warmth to the city. Starting at 6 o'clock in the morning on the first of the Ice Age, there was still a whistling hurricane and blizzards outside. The train departs from the giant Guangcheng, carrying a large number of steel plates produced in the first industrial corridors to the north. In the previous month, the industrial corridors in major new cities in the east have adapted to the development after the Ice Age. Under the dark night, the body lights are dazzling, like a red dragon, shuttles through a blizzard and a hurricane. Inside the carriage, Ying Ziyue's loud voice sounded. He watched the train pass through every area of the mainland, from forest areas to oceans, to mountains, basins, and wilderness. His voice was also shouting, "Your trip is to promote the explosion of life species in the Yanhuan continent. Everyone should bear in mind that at this moment, the Earth is a lava planet developed from a high temperature explosion zone, not a cold neutron star. So when the Earth enters the glacier temperature, the surface will begin to solidify. The emergence of liquid water began to give birth to life. So the Little Ice Age was the era of extinction of life before, and it was also the era of the explosion of life of the whole race." Ying Ziyue's voice is savagely seductive, with a taste of academic ocean. The mass extinction of species at the end of the Ordovician period on the planet began, and mollusks, coelenterates, and planktonic algae in the sea became extinct. This batch of gamma rays hit the Earth, and subsequently brought extinction during the Great Ice Age, which caused 85% of species extinct, followed by the mass extinction of species in the late Devonian. Florifin fish, scuteller fish, and plants were extinct by submarine volcanoes. At the end of the Permian, species, ammonites,
trilobites, various polyps, and trilobites were completely extinct. Horizontal corals all disappeared, and theroporeptiles disappeared. 96% of the species died out, and they evolved over hundreds of millions of years. The results are gone. There are also end Cretaceous species, dinosaurs, and marine reptiles that have become extinct. Since then, there have been no large animals on the earth again. Animals over 3 meters in length and weighing more than 1 meal have almost gone extinct. Only a few elephants and brown bears remain. So what we need to do next is to start recreating the life species on Earth that have existed for hundreds of millions of years on this continent. Xihai warehouse, ecological paradise as a factor, ushering in the era of great explosion. Word by word, the voice was sonorous and clear, and Ying Ziyue's voice resounded in the train compartment. The train is full of biology professors and ancient geology professors. Now they are all trembling. The ecological paradise built in the previous civilization period, the Xihai warehouse, can now be used to explode. Now that the industry is developing, the steel plates in the train cars will also start to build marine barriers in the northern infrastructure. Everyone is full of vigor. From the new novel group 872,847,971 this group updates daily novels. From the new novel group 872,847,971. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123. The early morning of the first is the first month of the glacial period, which is not visible in the historical years. But on this continent, the East has used huge cities and rolling cities to prove the epic sense of yanhuang and desolation. Since millions of years ago, the tribes here have thrived, survived here, built here, and left human civilization here. And then the yanhuang continent was formed here, at 8 o'clock. In the morning, the sky is dark, and the north is a mixed land of plains and mountains, so there are huge cities high and tall, looking magnificent. Huge cities stretching point to Xihai City, Huangdao City, Weicheng, Huashan City, Tai City, and finally all the way to Dongshan City. The agricultural core in the north is known as the Superland of Core Music Garden. From the train station, even if it was a cold night blizzard and a hurricane, but the train ran by, accompanied by the splashing white snow, others could still feel a sense of oppression of huge cities. The southern city was scattered due to the freezing of the flood, while the giant eastern city stood tall and undulating, connected by one giant city, separated by layers of giant snow-capped mountains, so it looked particularly magnificent. At 10 o'clock, the dark weather turned into gloomy, the sun broke through, the train hummed and arrived at Dongshan City, and the barriers opened. After getting out of the car, Minister of Ecology Liu Qiang had already stood upright and waited. Ying Ziyue side. The northern train station and the industrial park are integrated, so the area is huge, and the extreme cold facing it is also highly depressing. Go to the wild animal area, Ying Ziyue ordered. A group of people went to the wildlife area. These are all lions, tigers, etc. in the Ying group. We tested the first batch of weaker wild animals. The first part of the wild animals feared the extreme cold and died in just 20 minutes, and the second batch began to persist for 3 hours. We checked these animals. They were able to survive in the extreme cold of -150 degrees Celsius at first, and their ancestors had very thick fur. Minister Liu Qiang said, "Take a batch of elite tests again." Ying Ziyue stood straight, her eyes solemn. "Receive." Then an elephant was selected and started to be transported to the ground by a tower crane. The elephants were flooded by dozens of meters of white snow, and the extreme cold temperature of -120 degrees dropped. The elephant began to tremble, then frightened. After an hour, it trembles again, and then began to move slowly, except for the lack of food. Everything was normal. The biology professors present couldn't help but get excited. The oxygen concentration becomes higher. Animals can gradually adapt to the low temperature, and they can survive this cold wave. Ying Ziyue spoke lightly, with satisfaction at the corners of her mouth.
The creation of an ecological paradise by civilized things is perfect, and now it has achieved its full effect. The first batch of protected wild animals began to have cold resistance and began to adapt to the extreme harsh environment to survive. The next continent will shock the world, continue to grow seaweed, continue to conduct large quantities of wild beast extreme cold tests, and strive to allow wild beasts to stimulate cold-resistant genes within 30 days. After giving the order, Ying Ziyue continued to check other cold-resistance data point. Biology Dr. Wang Mingji's eyes changed. He received the instruction from team leader Rang from Guangcheng. Now that he came here, Wang Mingji found that it was far from simple. At first he thought that the ecological paradise was an agricultural paradise integrating agriculture, vegetables, fruit trees, and an industrial chain. But now he really witnesses that this is the layout of the glacial organisms that are beginning to erupt step by step. The more he watched, the more shocked he was. Wang Mingji looked at a wild animal. These beasts survived from the temperature of the initial civilization, and then began to adapt to the extreme cold, and then some began to die, and some animals began to adapt gradually, just like an experimental product. Next, it is estimated that extinct creatures such as the Titan python may really appear. When the oxygen concentration and time are at a certain moment, the glacier will usher in a new life species explosion. What will this continent look like? Thinking of this, Wang Mingji couldn't help but tremble with excitement. He couldn't imagine that once the East spurred the outbreak of life species, mammoths and saber-toothed tigers would really appear in the ice and snow. Beginning on this day, the major ecological parks in the north have begun successive animal scale tests. At the same time, a new type of wind and snow off-road vehicles are constantly trying to advance, keep warm, avalanche, escape, rock climbing and other abilities. At Xihai City train station, the off-road vehicles were also roaring in the midst of the roaring gods. The sky and the earth roared, and trains were unloading huge steel plates on the rooftop of the train station. Ying Ziyue was personally watching this direction. Now many snow chariots are testing the degree of cold resistance. The steel plate has been transported, and then the infrastructure has begun to cover the huge barrier wall of the mainland. Zero fine flowers in the world. It is not only the extreme cold wave, but also the submarine volcanoes that melted glaciers and melted snow and began to incarnate waves of tsunamis, impacting coastal cities. Clatter the footsteps sounded, and Zhao Guofeng was reporting information. Meteorological studies have shown that submarine volcanoes in the West China Sea and the Liaohe Sea have caused a large amount of water vapor, volcanic magma, and the rolling of active water. At the same time, they have caused a large amount of ice and snow to melt. The possibility of being submerged, Zhao Guofeng said, more than drowning. Ying Ziyue's pupils were deep, and Leng Yue was silent, indeed, because the next step was more than drowning. First of all, in the West Sea and Liaohe, ocean icebergs melted due to the super movement of submarine volcanoes, and a large amount of snow in the two sea areas melted, causing the sea level to rise. But the temperature above the surface is -120 degrees, which means that the moment the flood roars, the ice crystals will freeze the flood for a short time. So the next step is not a flood, but a tsunami level impact. Flood plus extreme cold means freezing. Call. After taking a long sigh of breath, Ying Ziyue calculated countless times. In the previous assumption, the coast would become a place of freezing and ice, and the inland cities would drop sharply due to the temperature of the ice, and the population would die. But fortunately it started to change. Thinking of this, Ying Ziyue's sharp eagle-like eyes brightened. Next, the steel plates for train transportation will be equipped with temperature insulating materials to build a giant continental barrier wall, which is a giant city wall that can stop all disasters. A giant icebreaker aircraft carrier will appear in the sea. When the barrier wall of this continent appears, the new life of the glacier will also erupt with it. Zhao Guofeng. Ying Ziyue said, here. The latter nodded. Notify the Yanjing Underground City Scientific Research Team to speed up the construction of smart lighthouses and other equipment. This city will continue to be perfected. Receive. The latter nodded, and then both of them looked at the magnificent mechanical city in front of them, wondering what it would become next, whether it was magnificent, or shocking, or technology and backwardness, steam and new energy. Wide chapter 124. The sky is gloomy, and the Ice Age is definitely not desperate, because since the Ice Age, scenes of times have been savagely witnessed. The airports beyond the suburbs on the ground have become ice sculptures. A huge straight road was frozen and cracked, abruptly cracked, at the gas stations on the roadside. Even the ethanol gasoline, which is called Never Freeze, has been frozen. The freezing point of this gasoline is -110 degrees Celsius, but it is -120 degrees above the surface. Except for the influence of the 5 oceanic submarine volcanic eruptions, the other Arctic Ocean, Southern Ocean, and other oceans have all turned azure blue, and a small ice crystal has covered everything. The Ice Age is February 2nd. And the West refers to it as the first year of the Earth's surface, because some people in the West began to try to wear cold-resistant clothing to transport soil above the surface. Engineering design and engineering budget. The new Times Square of the United States of Roses, in the underground defense station. The ground 807 is warm, and the warm atmosphere makes everyone unable to resist the enjoyment of trembling from the inside out, and also makes them more afraid of the extreme cold above the surface. Disaster Minister Roddy was expressionless. He was accustomed to feeling the cold, so that he could continue to maintain his fighting spirit, and start a new human plan with the West. Mr. Minister. Now the two large communities are connected, which means that the primary scale of the 100,000 dungeon has begun. Governor Mars said. Mr. Minister, the Eagle Nation has begun to try to grow seaweed in Mars and other galaxies. They are trying to circle the pending area for human survival in the Space Department. Deputy Minister Thomas said. Listening to the news one by one, Roddy nodded, and he was very satisfied with the progress of the West. To be precise, the goals of the West are divided into the first step, dungeons, and the second step, outer space immigration. What about the East? Roddy said. Click. From the new novel group 872,847,971 this group updates daily novels. From the new novel group 872,847,971. This is a meager oriental video composed of multiple meager people. There are only 2 pictures this time. One is that all industrial corridors stop producing other steel materials and only produce huge steel plates. At the beginning of the screen, this is a scene of the Guangcheng steel making plant. I saw huge steel plates appearing. The 50-meter high steel plates were huge and transported by large trucks. Then they were loaded on the train and headed to an unknown area. There are many steel plates of this kind. Almost trucks of giant steel plates in the industrial corridor are being transported at the same time. The picture in the eastern city changed, and the scorching blast furnace became 3 point at the end of the base screen. Roddy frowned, but his face turned blue, blocking the wall. What a lunatic. They are crazy to protect their continent. Roddy smiled bitterly. He didn't understand the obsession of the East, the cold wave, and that tsunami. The East never took a step back when it came. The cold wave came, and they built the snow country train and the wide snow chain city. During the waves of coastal tsunamis during the Ice Age, they directly built permanent super city walls. It seems that from beginning to end, Dongfang didn't mention the dungeon plan and escape plan. They seem to care about that continent. Deputy Minister Thomas said. I care very much, Roddy said coldly, because he saw the second act. This is outside Dungeon City, snow-capped, a giant city towering deep like clouds, stretching blue sky, storms, hurricanes, tornadoes. In short, everything outside the city is extremely cold. But the eastern tower crane was roaring, and some wild animals began to be released slowly, such as Siberian tigers, elephants, wild wolves, wild boars. Wait until these wild animals were released. They began to feel the extreme cold. Some animals began to die, but individual beasts showed terrifying survivability. They began to bite the dead animal's fur, and began to dig snow nests, shaking. Survive. This scene is just the beginning. At the same time, in the city, slices of seaweed, cold resistant plants,
snow lotus, hyacinth, cymbidium, tulips, winter plum, and Christmas roses are also planted in the city point. Plant water cannot be transported in extremely cold weather outside the city point, so the final scene of the picture appeared. This is the Dangshan city towering high above, backed by the snow mountain, an ecological paradise, and in front of it is a piece of white snow with no end in sight. In the white snow, blood wolves are advancing hard, and some begin to die, some continue to survive. This is the cold resistance of wild beasts. This scene is extremely tragic. It was also the first time that animals appeared during the Ice Age, embellishing this snow-covered continent. They want to restore the evolution of animals hundreds of millions of years ago, and they want to restore the ancestral genes of these remaining animals. Mammoths, saber-toothed tigers, they are resuscitating halm bugs, strange worms and oily sectants, lederic worms, cutin worms, shield worms, prawns, and titan pythons. The East wants this continent's animal race to be prosperous. Rodder's voice stopped. To be precise, he couldn't believe the power of this terrifying age in the East. They built the mainland, and we built the underground city. There are still 2 months left. The first part of the underground city will be completed. According to the weather monitoring, the water level of the 5 oceans will rise to the limit after 2 months, which will impact the coastal cities of the East and the subtropical continent. At that time, our dungeon will be announced under the world, and the announcement will also encounter an ice tsunami, and then it will be the era of the highest comparison of major power projects. After a brief shock to the East, Roddy once again recovered its shining light. Thomas, Professor Addis, to develop the dungeon 18 hours a day with all my strength. The previous glory belongs to the East, but next, our dungeon will prove that the white talents are the new human era. Roddy's voice was excited, and all the senior officials stood up and shouted at the same time. East, Dangshan City Ministers Conference Room. Point. The minister Zhenguo Qiang stood straight and shouted, "The Special Research Institute has come to order that the coastal defense wall must be built within 2 months, and the evolution of new life species must be promoted. Now tell me, if you have confidence, you have hundreds of millions of people behind. Hundreds of official departments of physics, biology, chemistry, and geology come to help, and you have the most direct and intelligent instructions from the Special Research Institute, guaranteed to complete the task." In Dangshan City, Liu Qiang, Minister of Ecological Park, Liu Kuo, Minister of Glacier Motivation Department, and Mao Ji, Minister of Agriculture, all spoke at the same time. The Southern Industrial Corridor is roaring. Trucks of steel plates are being transported, and the first batch of beasts in the north have also started batches of genetic cold resistance evolution tests at 10 o'clock in the morning on February 3rd. Yingqing, Ying Ziyue returned by train. He fought on the first battlefield in Guangqing for a month, and now he has finally returned. Zhuo Yan was reporting excitedly in the Bicheng Meteorological Observatory. In the Ying group, all scientific research teams have gone to the Underground Defense Institute. Now all major scientific research materials and mechanical materials have been prepared, and all scientific research institutes are waiting for the first step. First step back to the homeland city, back to Heishangun, watching the train go away again, watching this mechanical city, watching the upcoming continent blocking the city wall, and the evolution of glacier species. Now Ying Ziyue seems to be making a certain decision. A decision about the level of technology. From now on, we call on internal affairs, external affairs, provincial departments, major universities, and the underground Great Wall Research Institute to turn this city of machinery into a city of science and technology. For the first time, during the Ice Age, Ying Ziyue officially spoke. The East now has this confidence received. Zhuo Yan seems to have been waiting for a long time. The current city of wind and snow is a city of heavy machinery. The machinery is rough but excellent in cold resistance, but if equipped with technology and machinery, then this city of wind and snow technology is a giant city of machinery. Taking shape. This scene of taking shape simply made Zhuo Yan tremble. Fully open. Chapter 125. What should the future Ice Age look like? The wind and snow howled. It was minus 120 degrees outside. Heavy machinery. The city of steampunk. This is good, but humans need technological leapfrogging progress. after the submarine volcano erupts and that tsunami hits the mainland, some cities will become island-shaped cities. The ice age will last for thousands of years, and the continent will be covered by ice and snow for thousands of years from now on. Volcanoes on the ocean floor of this continent erupt, and a certain sea blizzard melts, and the sea level rises, so blocking the city wall will be the only shield to stabilize this land. After that, the life species on the mainland broke out. So next is the city of science and technology, the car of science and technology, the new era of Yanhuang mainland. There are 2 billion people in the Orient, 872 new cities, 2/10 of millions of giant cities, more than 500 million giants, 200 colleges and universities, scientific research teams close to 10,000 top teams, northern people's livelihood agriculture. Southern Industrial New Energy, Yanjing Scientific Research plus Command, and then the whole people will jointly develop a new era in the Ice Age. There is nothing impossible. In the northern city of Yanjing, 10 o'clock in the morning, hurricanes and snow. The shadow of the train is far away. Ying Ziyue looked at the city of Yanjing again, and then under this city, under the 5,000-kilometer Great Wall. He wanted to see the scientific research base in the east explode, and the whole people would study scientific research, and study plain carbon atoms at all costs. Crystal graphene energy technology, research on smart polymer gels used in chemical engines, research on magnetic fluid materials in the field of magnetic sealing. Ziyue Yan, what do you think the city of science and technology will look like? With his hands on his back and clear eyes, Ying Ziyue's voice is calm and powerful, with a smile on his mouth, firm and decisive. Before, he asked the old man what the city of wind and snow looks like. So the city of wind and snow was established, with airships, hot blast furnaces, wind turbines, giant city walls, ultra-thick residential buildings, steam pipes, solar panels, artificial suns, and wind. The snow city looks like this now. Point and now, with the Eastern Industrial Corridor, new energy, ecological paradise, Xihai warehouse, and underground Great Wall Scientific Research Center as the trump card. Ying Ziyue once again spoke about what the science and technology city was like during the Ice Age, which made Ziyue Yan ponder. Huge, roaring trains, building walls with new materials, building ecosystems, building smart giant city devices. Impulse devices. Ziyue Yan said, this is his biggest concept of an Ice Age science fiction city. Clatter the latter shook his head slightly. Ying Ziyue smiled. The high-end scientific research of Eastern industry may have been poor before, but now the whole people are developing in a single field, giving up everything just for development. So a truly magical technological city is not like this. Taking out the paint pen, Ying Ziyue drew the airship, and then the city of wind and snow became silvery white, exuding the luster of technological texture. The extremely cold chariot can gallop in a blizzard, so seaweed is planted on every wall of every house. The seaweed is densely covered, and the oxygen concentration is also increasing. As for the central buildings in the city, the hot blast furnace has become a new energy material to supply the city more pollution free. There are wind turbines, and so on. Ying Ziyue gave up painting. He only used a black horizontal line in the coastal area of Yanhuang continent. This horizontal line represents the mainland blocking the steel wall. Then he dotted the Xihai warehouse, and some new marine species appeared in the Xihai waters from now on. Ying Ziyue put down the drawing pen, smiling at the corner of his mouth. The nationwide project should be crazy, and we should make every effort to prepare for war. In the meteorological conference room, Ziyue Yan watched this scene obsessively. Team leader Rang went home, leaving him alone watching the hurricane and blizzard. The February of the Ice Age is the eruption of all projects, because the next submarine volcanic eruption, the deadly influence of the ocean without oxygen, will affect the survival on the surface. The dungeon of the United States of Roses opened day and night. Trucks of excavators began to shovel snow, and then workers wearing cold-resistant clothing began to transport. The extreme chill permeated. It can be seen to the naked eye that the communities in the west began to connect, and then formed a small town, and then the small towns were connected to form a small city, and then the small city was connected with multiple small cities to become a state. Each state began to connect.
This is the underground city, and it is also the project plan of the United States of Roses. Now that the small town is connected, the connection to Chengsao begins. In the current hot search events, the first is the official hot search of the United States of Roses. Dungeon project is perfect. Under the hot search, the public is angrily commenting, "Nook, bastard, we are more than 10 hours a day. Eastern people are now eating fresh fruits and fresh meat, living in tall and warm houses, but we are bracing the severe cold and starting this desperate project. Puin, we want a good life and good food." Not only Ents, but Tubing abounds. The Eagle Country and Kawasaki Country are developing a space station. Above the galaxy, their space station astronauts began to try satellites to cultivate a certain space again, and then began to plant seaweed to try to live and survive. The North and South Glacier arc freezes, and the others are hiding in the ground. The entire West is either a huge project, or it is waiting. East at the end of the sunset on the second Dongfang Haitian Pass, Liaohei and Xihai trains began to slowly stop here. Cars of steel plates began to be unloaded by rapid automatic heavy machinery robots. In front of Dongshan City, Guangcheng, and Yangjing City, all the officially remodeled snow chariots are undergoing the final extreme cold test, the ultra low temperature test point outside Dongshan City in the north. A group of beasts began to walk out, began to adapt to the depressive temperature brought by the extreme cold on the surface, and began to feel the depressive temperature of the extreme cold. Compared with other people, the beasts showed a terrifying ability to adapt to the extreme cold. Seaweed clusters are also being planted in large areas. It can be seen to the naked eye that the oxygen concentration in the west is decreasing because oxygen decomposing plants such as the rainforest above the ground disappeared, while a large number of seaweeds, plants in the city, and the North Sea hyper-concentrated marine warehouses disappeared. All are greatly increasing the oxygen concentration. The giant silver-white icebreakers in Guangcheng are also roaring, galloping on the glacier, and at the same time, the giant icebreaker aircraft carriers are about to launch. Trains are also transporting scientific research teams from major universities. The destination is either Guangcheng or Yanjing. The world is doing its utmost to prepare projects in various countries. Waiting for the final bright comparison. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.